duplicatable. And so me telling people that story is doing them a disservice. Start giving people the full picture when you're speaking to them. Network marketing is a compensation plan attached to a self-development journey, if you go on it, where you can upskill. Because in corporate, nobody taught me how to do anything. My boss wouldn't get on Zoom with me at 10 at night and teach me how to be a better person or a business owner. And do you know what he wouldn't do? Give me the blueprint to earn more money than him, to take the job. But here in network marketing, we do that. And that's what I saw on my first Gopro call that I attended. And it's what I've seen with every presenter since. Network marketing doesn't care if you're female, male, what ethnicity you are, have you got a degree, age, doesn't care where you live. It cares about two things: who you've become and who you help in the becoming. So I've told you I'm disruptive, and I am. And I've turned it not just into a personal brand, but into a training formula. And I want to disrupt the narrative that you keep telling yourself. Put me a 1 in the chat if the thought of standing on this stage now, speaking to 50,000, maybe. Eric said, no pressure, it's only the size of Wembley. I was like, don't worry, I've got it. If the thought of standing on this stage now makes your mouth dry, knees weak, arms heavy, vomit on your sweater already. So quick. A lot of you tell me over and over again, presentation is the thing that makes you the most fearful about network marketing. They tell me I could never do what you do, Leah. And I always say the same thing. Do you know when I was born, I couldn't talk? I don't know about any of you, I couldn't form words or sentences. I had to practice being able to talk. And for a while, I was terrible at it. I think I was like 1.5 when I started forming sentences. It took me a long time to be able to do that. And so the same thing happened with walking, funnily enough. When I was born, I was terrible at that. I had to crawl for a little bit and it kept falling over. And eventually, I started to take some steps and I started to say some things. And now I can do both at once. Look at me. Fantastic. But it took a while. And nobody was born being able to present. Nobody was born being able to speak. None of you were born with the confidence to do anything. It's built. And it's built this way. I'm going to teach you it. 3 steps. But before I do that, I just want to tell you about Ron Wayne again, because I've just remembered. He actually lives in a trailer park about 30 minutes away from here. And he's boycotted using any Apple device. Understandably, I'd be mad as well, come on. But why I'm telling you that is that's what happens in the profession when you missell it. When you missell what we've got access to and the work that's involved in it, what happens is people bash an entire profession over it. It's our job to elevate the profession. It's our job to sell it the way that it needs to be sold. And it's our job to manage expectations when somebody comes in. So let me give you a quick, simple formula for presentation. Presentation is 2 things, and this is the only simple part. Confidence and skill added up. Now, that was simple. It was 2 words with a plus sign in the middle. But the work that it's going to take you to become confident is not simple. And I'm not going to lie about that. But can I tell you how you build everything? Everything, a skill. Sales psychology is a skill. Closing is a skill. Expanding your network is a skill. Confidence is a skill. But this is the part that most people get wrong. There's no podcast, no speaker, and no book that you can read or listen to that's going to change your confidence. The learning is in the doing, not the watching, not the listening, not the taking of notes, not the consuming of information. It's in the steps that you're not taking. And so let me give you some steps, actionable things that you can use. Has anyone heard their upline say, put me a 1 in the chat, success loves speed? I used to repeat this like a parrot, and then I was like, what does that even mean? Why does it love speed? And so I invented something. I hate it when people say stuff and it's got no substance to it. I invented this, the speed law. It's 3 parts, and don't worry, you're not going to get arrested if you don't follow it. It's not a real law, but you will get better if you do. Part 1 is this: momentum makes you magnetic. When you move fast, people watch. And when you hesitate, nobody does. Speed signals certainty, and people follow that. Why does success love speed so much? Fear is a slow emotion. It keeps you stuck and trapped in the comfort zone. And if you act quick before it can keep you there, you outrun it. Law number 2, imperfect action beats perfect intention every single time. My superpower is that I just work it out along the way. I make the decision and I go in that direction, and guess what happens? Someone will put a wall up and I'll smash through it. Somebody will put a roadblock and I'll go around it. It's never linear, but I get there as I go. Law number 3 is the time gap kills dreams. The longer you think about taking action, the more your belief leaves your system. One of my favorite sayings about being a network marketer is this: the true definition of a network marketer is somebody that jumps off a cliff and builds a plane on the way down. I make the decision and then I work out the how as I'm falling. The quicker you act, the less time fear has to keep you trapped. And the next thing I want to give you is the muscle law. Everyone thinks about building skills, but never actually does them for long enough to actually get the result that they want at the end. So I want everyone to put the fist in the air, squeeze it as hard as you can for 3 seconds. You can feel a burning down the front of your arm. That's a flexor muscle. You don't use that very often unless you're gripping. And when you do, you don't squeeze it as hard as I've just made you do. That tension that you feel down the muscle is what building a skill feels like. Confidence feels like resistance at first. Presenting feels like resistance at first. But can I tell you how muscle is built and how all skills are built? Muscle grows through repeated repetition under resistance. It's supposed to feel like that. And the more you train that muscle or that skill, the easier this becomes. But you can't do it about reading about weight training, reading about how other people got in shape, reading about how I got on stage. The learning is in the doing and not the watching. And I want to close out with this. Let me just normalize the industry that you're in. Network marketing is done every day by everyone for free. We recommend hairdressers, Netflix shows, restaurants that we've ate at to our network, online, offline, in person, upside down, and none of you get paid for it. This is the only industry where you can build wealth for yourself by doing something that everybody's already doing. And the quicker you normalize the profession and you believe in it the way I do, the easier it becomes to help somebody else see what you see. So my top tip for you is this: build belief in what we have access to. Build the skills that you need to get to the destination that you're saying you want to get to. And I'm going to close out with this. This profession has been undersold for years. People soften it to make it sound easy. They say that you can come in and it sounds like a get-rich-quick scheme sometimes. You can come in and make some money and then you're going to have this freedom. But what do we need to do to get there? What skills are they going to have to work on? How much are they going to have to evolve as a human to be able to do that? Your job isn't just to learn the presentation. It's to learn to present the truth. If somebody joins you, they deserve to know that they've not signed up for magic. They've signed up for growth. So go out there and give the profession the respect it deserves. Thank you, Gopro.
Great job, buddy. Leah Lockett, everybody! Give a round of applause, please! All right, so before I bring the next presenter, who will continue to teach on how to become a master presenter, first of all, I want to ask you, all of you, to do one thing. Pull up your phones, please, and text one person who is not part of this event, but who must be part of this event. Because did you guys get some value yesterday? Do you believe you're going to get a lot more value today and tomorrow? And how many people wish you had more people at this event already? Right? So do them a favor. Trust me, $3 is not going to change my life. It's not about $3 for me. It's about you having every single person on your team getting the information they need so they can change their life. I cannot drag you all through the finish line. And you cannot drag your team through the finish line either. They have to be willing. They have to be part of the solution. They have to realize this is their business. This is their business. And they need to take charge of their life. So make sure all of you at home do the same thing. I see you. I see you, those who are picking up the phone, and I see you, those who not. Make sure you do that, because these people are going to thank you later. This person that you just had in your mind might need that nice little push, because they might be doubting themselves. They might be thinking, you know what? I don't deserve this. I'm not good enough. I don't know how to talk to people. This event will help them and educate them how to do things right. That framework that Eric laid out, all these amazing masteries that you can see here, they will teach people how to take their business to the next level. So those of you also on the virtual, inside of your dashboard, you have the questionnaire. So right now we're talking about presenting. And I want to make sure that you all go and answer that question. On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate your skill level on presenting? Are you amazing? Are you good? Are you kind of okay? Because here's the thing. Fear of public speaking is the number fear in the world. 61% of people scared to death to present. And how do you think the presenting is important in our business? Yes or no? It is. It's a big deal, because if you can tell the story, if you help people to, see the vision and pass beyond their doubts and fears and everything, that will help them to educate people in a much better way, in a much more professional way. So that's why we're pounding on presenting, and that's why we want to make sure that you take that skill to the next level. And the next question on your dashboard is, what are the top 3 obstacles? What are the top 3 obstacles that are keeping you from being a number 10 or having the rating for your presenting skill at 10? I sucked at presentation, and I'm still not the best, right? I still have a long way to grow. But when the first time I did the presentation, it was pretty horrible. And those of you who witnessed that, I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry, because I was reading the whole not even the PowerPoint, I was reading like every word. And that probably felt horrible for everybody who had to listen to that. So what I did, I recognized that I have a challenge, right? That I recognized that that's my weakness, and I want to do something about it. So I started learning from the best. I hired a coach. Those of you know Lisa Nichols. She's absolutely powerhouse in presenting, and I will give you a little secret tomorrow. I think you guys are all gonna love it. But I hired Lisa, and she's my friend, and I paid her 6 figures to coach me. She's like, I'll do it for free. I was like, no. I want to pay you because I want to, first of all, I respect your talent. I respect your mentorship. I respect the knowledge and wisdom that you possess. And I want to be a student. I don't want you to treat me like your girlfriend. I want you to treat me like a student who's going to go through the process, who's going to show up at every lesson, who's going to do all the assignments. And I want you to be judging me based on my results, but not based on my friendship with you. And that's what she did. And I'm telling you, it was so transformational for me. And like I said, I'm going to keep improving. I'm going to keep getting better. So rate where you are today. And think about it. What are the things that need to change in your life? How can you improve that skill set? Can you do it on your own? Or do you need some help? And who that help can be. So to continue with our presenting session, I want to bring my amazing soulmate, my husband. It's like the list can go on and on and on, all the amazing things I want to say about him, but we only have so much time. So, Eric, honey, please come on up.
Morning. Morning. Thank you. Morning, everybody. How are you? Good to see you. How's everybody doing? Good? Some of you guys switched places. I was expecting you to sit in the seat you sat yesterday. Like, no, wait, what? I got to look over. You're over there now, and you guys are over here now. You guys have a good night's sleep? Yeah? I didn't. I was so excited. I got home and I'm going to sleep. Nope, didn't happen. But I'll sleep next week, right? You know, we'll get through this event. Those of you who are at home, I want to congratulate you because, and hi, good to see you. Everybody in the audience here, let's wave to the people at home. Good to see you all around the world. Proud of you. Love it, love it, love it. So it's harder when you're here in our studio. You get energy from the crowd. You get energy from each other. When you're at home, man, you got to kind of manufacture the energy. So every once in a while, at home, get out of your chairs, move around a little bit, shake your hands, do whatever you got to do, but show up like you're here in the room. Kind of get your mind in that space to be able to do it. I see some living rooms filled with people. Leah's got a living room filled with people waving down there. Look at them. They're all excited. I heard some people rented castles and rented Airbnbs, and they've got houses filled up with people. So those that are doing that, congratulations for doing that. Where? Hey, there they are. What's up? Hey, Holly, you're up on the big screen, just so you know. Nancy's there, and Sharon's there. Good to see you guys from around the world. Lots of different countries. What's up, pajama party? They got the pajama party already. That's fun. So, I hope, we talked about defining moments yesterday morning, right? I hope some of you have maybe gotten a little closer to making a big decision, deciding that maybe you thought you'd made a decision before, but some of you have made it already. That said, 12 months from today, I'm going to be in a different place. Some of you are circling it. The decision's here, and you're circling it. You're like, oh, I'm not sure. It's like circling it, trying to say, oh, are you going to change your life? Are you going to change your nutrition? You're going to change your fitness or whatever? For me, I circled it for years. Like I'm about to make a decision, but I don't know if you've ever felt like cautious to make a decision because you've made one before and you let yourself down. Have you ever done that? Anybody ever done that? Made a decision and it's just like, oh, I didn't do it. So now you're like at the point of decision, you have this PTSD from the last decision you made and you feel bad about that you didn't do. I'm never going to do that again. And then you did it again. So here's what I'm going to tell you. You never know when the actual decision's going to happen. I thought I'd made the decision so many times in the 3.5 years. At an event, I'm doing it. Okay, I'm going to do it this time. But sometimes it's a combination of things. A few years back, there's a whole bunch of things I needed to do in terms of fitness and health, and it was a combination of things. It was about, I'd had my friends say, listen, I want you to live for a long time. Eric, you're not looking so good, buddy. You got to do some stuff. Like, yeah. But you know how many times I'd made that decision? I'm going to eat better. I made that decision. I'm going to move my body. I made that decision. I'm going to drink more water. I made that decision. I'm going to have better nutrition. You know how many times those of you fellow strugglers have, it's like, what I realize when it comes to fat is we're all fat. Every one of us is fat. We're either really fat, kind of fat, or we're trying not to get fat. That's, you know what I mean? Fat's coming. For all of us, it's a constant battle. It's almost like it's an adversary. It's like it's coming for us. So this is a common thing. At least it was for me. And and I needed to have a number of experiences that kind of happened in a short period of time. And part of it was accountability. One of those experiences was I met with a doctor. And the doctor says, you got some issues, not major systemic issues, but if you continue on this path, you're going to develop heavy insulin resistance. It could tip into fatty liver. It could tip into type 2 diabetes. I'm like, what? I'm fine. No, he's like, no, you're actually not fine. You're going to shorten your life if you continue to do this. I'm like, okay, that's a different conversation. Then I had I did an interview with Richard Branson, and super fit guy, he's moving his body 4 hours a day, doing all this stuff. And I asked him, what was your advice for people to have the best year of their lives in the next year? And we're side by side on a screen doing this interview, and he's fit on Necker Island, hair flowing, the whole thing. And he says, what you need to do is you need to get in the absolute fittest condition in your life physically. I said, as an entrepreneur, that's your advice? Yeah. He said, especially after the age 50, people go one of two ways. Either they let themselves down or they get as fit as possible. And I'm inflamed. I look like my face was stung by 1,000 bees, basketball head, bagel face. Yeah, look at that face. I mean, come on. Look at that. That's different, right? Yeah. But here's what I got to tell you. I didn't see that face. I'm like, I'm fine. I have body dysmorphia. I look at the mirror and go, it's okay. Not so bad. I got a long way to go still. I'm still fighting this fight. I'm still battling this battle. It is not easy. I got to really think about it. Like things like the Whoop band changed my behavior. Really, truly. Lower my resting heart rate, increase my amount of time per week in zones 1, 2, and 3. The steps, getting the steps in and what that's doing, all this stuff. So it was a combination of Richard Branson, Gary Brecka, who gave me some things that I should be doing, Dana White here in town, who turned his body around and challenged me to turn my body around. And then I had an accountability group that I was coaching, and I said, guess what? I'm going to work with you for 90 days. You work on your network marketing business. I'm going to work on my physical self, and I'll hold myself accountable to you. You hold yourself accountable to me. And it's continued to be additional things. And that's Sometimes it's not just one thing. Sometimes I was circling and circling. Yeah, I know. Maybe I'm just built like this. Maybe this is just what my body is. Nope, it's not. So sometimes you need a trainer. If I have a trainer coming to the house, I'm going to work out. They're really, personal trainers are not really trainers. You know what they are? Babysitters. I need a babysitter to make sure that go over to that machine that you've been on a million times and go do it again. Okay, I'll turn my brain off, do the thing. So same thing's true in all the skills, right? Some of you, we're talking about these big 6 skills, right? We talked about retention mastery. We talked about sales mastery. We talked about duplication mastery. This is everything I know, 37 years worth of knowledge in these 3. We're going to talk about presentation mastery. And sometimes you can make a decision on one of these things and you haven't made the big decision on your life. But one helps the other. It supports the other. One thing that I did learn is I kept hearing the phrase, how you do one thing is how you do everything. Not true. Not true at all. Not at all. Some of you are amazing parents. Your finances are a mess. Some of you, your finances are incredible, but your fitness is terrible. Sometimes your fitness is unbelievable, but your network marketing business is falling apart. So I listened to that, and I I hope, because I had the network marketing figured out, but I still had blind spots. So sometimes it's a stepping stone. We're going to be covering 6 different topics of mastery over the course of this weekend. And then invite you on a journey to master them. And I'm going to tell you, for me, one of the early ones that helped me on my journey to start to say, okay, am I going to be a pro here, was presentation. Isn't that interesting? It wasn't necessarily sales. It wasn't necessarily recruiting. At the beginning, for sales and recruiting, I plugged in. I was a good soldier. Tell me what to do. Go do this. Okay, I did it. Now what should I do? So I was very outer directed. I was very people pleaser type. I wanted the approval and recognition. So those things worked for me, and they might work for you. Prestige, recognition, kind of being known as that woman or that man in the organization that gets respect. Maybe you want respect. Maybe you want to be celebrated. Maybe you just want to be seen. Just want to be seen. I remember the first big convention I went to, I don't know why I did this, but I think maybe it was just the need to be seen. Have you ever seen business cards from like a realtor that has their face on the business card? I made cards with my phone number on them and my picture. One for every person that was expected to be at that convention. And I set an intention to introduce myself to every single person and give them my card. For no agenda. There was nothing, they were all my cross line. There's nobody in my downline. But I met them all. I wanted to be known for whatever reason. I just wanted to be part of something. And by the end of the convention, it was quite something, because people were like, did you get a card did he try and sell you anything? No, he didn't sell me anything. He just said hi. Was he trying to is he some other company? Is he trying to build a list? No, he's building here. I had no agenda. But by the end, by day 3, some of you have only talked to your 7 people in this room. During the breaks, make an intention to go up, say hi. My name is. Trade information, friend each other up on social. When we have the party tomorrow night here at our home, make sure that you're mixing and mingling, not just with the group that you're with, but with other people. Because what ended up happening for me is I kind of got adopted. by all the other leaders in that company, my first company. And people would look out for me, and I could give them a call if I got stuck, and that happened for me. So anyway, here's what I heard on stage. I went through my evolution. My evolution was sign up, take prospects, and my first evolution was I'm going to go tell the prospects about this incredible opportunity. That did not work for me because I didn't have enough credibility. You know, I was a young kid. Who was listening to me? I mean, just like nobody. I couldn't get people to show up for free breakfast. I couldn't get them to show up for a cup of coffee. Nobody was listening. So I learned to leverage other people. That was my first phase. Bring a prospect and connect them to somebody more successful than me, and let that person do the presentation over coffee, over lunch, over whatever. So I became an inviter. I was a connector. Let me connect you. And I learned how to compliment a person. If I was talking to Nuno, and I say, hey, my friend John, I told my friend John about you. He wants to meet you. Can we get together for coffee sometime? And it's just like, oh, this successful guy wants to meet me? That's interesting. Well, what did you tell him about me? Well, I just told him you're a successful person, and I really admire you, and I respect you, and I think you're smart, entrepreneurially driven, ambitious guy. And he's like, perfect, I need to meet him. So can we make that happen? So I compliment, I connect, I built them both up, and then I get them together and said, no, this is my friend John. John, this is the one I was telling you about. And John, I owe a lot to John. John's helped me, been a mentor to me, and I thought you guys should connect. And I would just sit back, and then John would do the thing, and it would work for me. But there were limitations, because it's not always easy to get a successful person's time to help you. So then there was these Tuesday night, Thursday night, Saturday morning meetings, Tuesday night, Thursday night, Saturday morning meetings in hotels that I was like, oh, I can just bring my guests and still tell them, the presenter, the person hosting this meeting, they want to meet you. And then I'd go to that person at the event. I told them that you want to meet them, so don't act surprised. Like anybody I bring to you, all I want you to say, John, is, oh, you're the one. That's all I want you to say. So I would bring people, and that worked. Okay? Then there was introducing people to tools like a video, show them a video that I didn't have to wait for a meeting. I could do that. But at a training, first of all, I noticed a couple things. One, the person up in front of the room was always the people making the money. And somebody actually said in the training, the person with the marker, drawing the circles and stuff, the person with the marker makes the money. Like, I want to make money, but to go do a full presentation, no thank you. I am not ready for that. That's too much stuff. I'm more of a connector than I am a presenter. I'm just going to connect. Let other people do the presentation, because I don't have the credibility. Because every time I did the presentation to my prospects, it didn't really work out well because I didn't have credibility first party. That ever happened to you? It's just like, ugh. So I learned to lean on other people. But they said the person with the marker makes the money. You got to, for your team's sake and for your long-term future, you need to fight. All of you need to fight to get onto the stage. I was like, So they used to have somebody did the opportunity, somebody would host this presentation. They'd introduce somebody else who'd do the company section, credibility. And then they'd introduce somebody else who'd do the product section. Then they'd introduce somebody else who'd do the compensation plan section. And then the host would bring up a group of testimonials, 6, 7, 8 testimonials, like 1 minute at a time, bunch of different backgrounds. And then the host would close. So host was most important. Then there's these other players. So here's what I asked my mentor. I said, okay, You're an amazing host. I'm not ready for that. But what's my process? Step one of the process was you're part of the presentation in the audience. I'm like, what? He said, yes, you are part of the show. You are part of the impact. I said, how can I help? He said, here's how you help. Be there early. I can do that. 2, leave your problems in the car. Don't bring your problems to the meeting. 3, put a smile on your face and have energy when you come into the room. 4, network with every other person in the room. Connect people with each other. Tell stories. Be enthusiastic. Help a person feel good about being in the room. Help them feel welcomed if they're walking in to a room full of strangers. Oh, so that's my job? Yeah, that's your job. Then when you sit in the room, don't sit in the back. Sit up front. I said, why is that important? Here's why. He said, I want you to do one thing for me. He said, you ready? I said, yeah. He said, do this. And I don't even know why it was called this, but he called it the McCabe nod. McCabe. Like somebody invented this. Because like I want just the front row to nod for me. Just nod. Yeah. So do you agree with what I'm talking about? Does this make sense to you? Yeah, does this help? Yeah, so it's already impacting the other people in the room. They're like, oh, wow, yeah, okay, me too, yeah. So and you can choose to nod or not nod. You can have people on your team that are bored because they've heard the presentation 473 times. So they do this. They put a sour face, a resting bitch face on for the presenter. Like, they're on your team giving you that face in the front row, draining the presenter of energy. Just with a sour face. They don't even realize they're doing it. Nobody meaningfully wants to have resting bitch face, but it happens. I would talk to my team, you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Tell your face. What the heck? Just put a smile on occasionally. Now, so I'm nodding. Yes, okay, I'm nodding. And he said, part 2, you should be taking notes. I said, I already know the presentation. That's not the point. If somebody in front of you is taking notes, you're going to be like, well, I need to at least put notes on my phone. And don't take notes on your phone if you're in a training in front of other people you're trying to influence. Never. Here's why. It's convenient for you, but it looks to them like you're distracted from the presentation and not focused. So you need to be taking notes physically and nodding. Add it to your phone later. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And then if I ask a question, how many people are excited? Yeah. I couldn't even get everybody in this room to raise their hand. What the heck's wrong with you? What the heck is wrong with you? You know what you are? An example to everybody who's watching from home. If I got to push you to raise your hand, the people at home, how many people at home are excited? See? Now, they're only waving because I just set them up to wave. It's not their automatic nature. Their automatic nature is to watch this like they're watching Netflix. Seriously, they're just sitting back, I wonder if I'm going to learn something today. Blah, blah, blah. Some of you at home haven't told your face that, you're up in front of 50,000 other people that could be seeing you at any moment. Tell your face. Yeah, see, listen, the other thing, little phrases really help me. There's always someone watching you that is capable of greatly blessing your life. And it's how you show up that will determine what you end up getting. So, I learned to be on. When I'm in the room, I'm on. When I'm in the lobby, I'm on. When I get out of the car, okay, I'm on. I'm already presenting. I'm not on the stage, but I'm already presenting by introducing and networking and smiling and saying hello and engaging with the person, giving energy to the presenter, not being too cool for all this stuff, taking the notes, sitting up front, nudging the person. That's a good point. Have you ever thought that one's really, really amazing? And I learned to do it even though I've heard it 8,000 times. You got to think about this like a Broadway production, and you in the audience are part of the cast. In order to be able to create an experience that the person sitting in the audience trying to make a decision for themselves can make a better decision. You can be selfish and just sit inside your own head, bring your problems in with you, or you can be giving and be part of the program. So I learned, and then after the presentation, circling up, going and helping out in other little circle ups, introducing myself. Anybody have any questions? Introducing somebody to the presenter. I was just, do you need some water? I was there to help, right? I'm part of the game. I'm on the team. You know, I might not be on the field up here, but I'm on the team. I'm an important part of the team. Then I want to learn how to do tell my story. You know, so I could get a testimonial, because I said, why is it important that I do a testimonial? It's the 60-second thing. Like, because I was young. My mentor said, there's people in the audience that also have young people on their prospect list. So when you give your story, they'll be able to go, oh, I know somebody like him. I bounced around a lot of different dead-end jobs. They might know somebody like that as well. But we're going to have somebody like that. We're going to have male, female, old, young, different colors, different backgrounds, different experiences, so we can relate to as many people in the audience as possible. This is not for your recognition, even though you'll get a little bit. So this is to assist the prospect in seeing what might be possible. Oh, I was blind, now I can see. Through your story. Okay, great. What else? He said, 2, it's going to begin to develop you. You learning how to tell your story and get more and more comfortable with it is going to begin to develop you into ultimately being able to present bigger and bigger and bigger and be more powerful. Okay, good. 3, your team will look at you different. If you're up in front of that room, your team afterwards are going to be a little bit proud. They're going to go, that person's on my team. You know, they'll listen to you different. Huh. Okay. So again, this is mentorship, right? I start by presenting when I walk into an environment. Are you presenting the moment you pull into your company convention location? You're presenting at the check-in. You're presenting in the walk to your room and seeing another person from your team. You're presenting in the line to get a cup of coffee. You're presenting in the hallway. You're presenting during the breaks. You're presenting in the room. Even if you're not on stage, you're still on stage. Everybody's always watching. Some are too cool. Oh, I'm too tired to take pictures. Are you kidding me? That picture is a gift to the other person so they can believe maybe they can do it too. It's important, right? So, learning how to give my testimony. I learned it. And the 4th thing that happened for me in learning how to tell my story, and I practiced it. And I would encourage you to actively work on this. Some of you are good at telling your story, but it takes 10 minutes. Some of you are good at telling your story. It takes 5, 6, 7 minutes. This is not about you. It's about just get to it. Your background, what you didn't like about your background. You found a solution. How do you feel about the future? A minute, 2 minutes. Build a connection. Here's the fourth thing that learning how to present and tell my story did for me. Is I had something to say with every prospect. In every situation. It was my go-to. If I got on a 3-way call with somebody, I'd say, can I just tell you my story real quick? And I would tell my story. If I did a home meeting, hey, welcome, let's get things started. Just to kick things off, let me tell you my story. If I did a training with people who are already in my team, those of you who haven't heard my story, let me just tell you my story one more time. Here's my story. I would tell my story in a training. I would tell my story in presentations. I would tell my story over coffee, one-on-one, at a lunch meeting, to my team. I would tell my story again to people in my family, and to every prospect. I would tell my story in every environment. You cannot believe the confidence that simple little story gave me. Some of you are good at telling facts, good at telling facts and figures and data and information, and it doesn't build your business like telling a story will build your business. So I'm not going to go into specifically how to tell your story, but I'm going to encourage you to have this be a reflex. You don't learn something when you remember it. You learn something when you can't forget it, when it's part of your life. So my reflex in every situation when building an organization would be to tell my story. Then I wanted to be able to go next into doing the various parts of the opportunity presentation. And they always put the weakest person of all doing the product piece of the opportunity presentation. The host would fix any mistakes that they would make. So the next thing I learned to do is a product. And I screwed it up so bad. I practiced like crazy. I screwed it up so terrible. But the host was very kind. And he came up afterwards. He set me up and said, hey, this is his first time. Show him some love. I came up. I was shaking, sweating, doing my little product presentation, messing it up. And then he came up back afterwards. Let me correct just a couple of things from Eric. That was his first time. Give him a round of applause. Everybody gave me some applause. My sweat started to dry up a little bit. And they said, let me just correct a couple things. This. All right, now let's go to the next part. And I was like, I felt supported. But I did it. I was so proud of myself for doing it. And my team went, look at you. You did part of the presentation. Eric's growing up. Yes, sir. I'm going to do another part soon. Watch me. So I did the product a few times. I got it going. And then learned how to do the other segments, and eventually I graduated to hosting. And that was the prestige spot. Because now you're the only one building real rapport. You come out and host. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Thank you for being here. I learned what to do with my hands. Because at the beginning, what do you do with your hands? Little stuff. Like, I'll give you an example. Come here for a second. Little stuff. I just want you to put your hands at your side, okay? And I'm going to do this. Who's in charge? Him or me? All right, now switch. Who's in charge? He is. Just from this, just having your hands here versus here, just that? Oh, okay. Now, don't have such good posture. Slouch a little bit. Just kind of be slouchy. Take the smile off your face. And I'm like this. Who has more influence? Not even close. Now, the opposite. It doesn't have to be the little triangle. It just needs to be here. So just understand, all of you, little things. It just needs to be here. Just not here. Right? It needs to be here. It needs to be with a smile occasionally, not all the time, but there needs to be enough smiles. I have to remind myself to smile because I'll get in my head. In my studio at home, there's a big smiley face by the camera, like, hello, smile, tell your face, Eric. Like, oh, sorry, hi, nice to see you again, But give him a round of applause. Thank you very much. So, I learned how to do an opportunity presentation, and I learned it so well. Here's the thing. I could pretend I could be an actor, even though I wasn't a leader. Okay? So I could learn my lines. If there was a commercial that you could film and be the star of a 1-minute commercial on television, and they would pay you $1 million a year to be that spokesperson, but you had to learn some lines. How many of you could learn the lines for $1 million a year? You could learn the lines. How many of you could nail it? Yeah, for sure. Even if it's not your nature, you could nail it. So that's the way I treated it. I wrote down every word of a presentation, word by word. I recorded my own voice. I listened to it 1,000 times. I got it so it was like a one-person play. That was the presentation was. It was like a one-person show. And I could introduce other people into the show because I knew my words. I could do a 3-hour training on that same thing. I could do a 45-minute overview. I could do 20 minutes over lunch. I could do it in 4 minutes on a phone call. I could do it in all these various forms. And my confidence, boom, went up so much. So 1, being part of the cast. 2, learning how to tell your story. 3, learning how to do an opportunity presentation, right? So that's excellent. And I decided that if the person with the marker makes the money, I'm going to get that marker. This marker's mine. I'm getting the marker. So, because, think about it. Think about all the greatest presenters in your company. And what is their income compared to the non-presenters? Night and day. It's a crazy little sneaky thing, learning how to do this. And some of you, from whatever in your upbringing, have said, well, I'm a behind-the-scenes person. I like to put my people up on stage. Well, your people are getting a disservice because the rest of your team needs to see you in order to be able to listen to you and respect you. You need to get up there, okay? So learning this is really, really important. So 1 is your story. 2 is other people's stories. Learning how to tell stories. How many stories can you tell? Learning how to be a storyteller. Early mentor mine said, we are storytellers and we are well-paid storytellers. You need to learn how to collect stories. Respond to every circumstance with a story if you can. Somebody says, well, what's the ingredients in the product? You might know that. You can give them the ingredients, or you can say, I don't know about all that, but all I know is story, story, story. Tell a story about the scientists. Tell a story about the clinical study. Tell a story about somebody getting results. Tell a story about somebody changing their life. Tell a story about somebody using this product in order to be able to create a different future. Tell a story. You need every story. You need nurse stories and teacher stories and stay-at-home mom stories and single parent stories. You need student stories. You need retired people stories, old people stories, young people stories, people who failed their whole life stories, people who are already successful and millionaire stories and still join network marketing, successful entrepreneur stories, people who are on their last dime stories. You got to learn how to tell these stories and tell them well. Because if you learn how to tell stories and teach other people how to tell stories, I promise you, the old saying, facts tell, stories sell. learn how to tell stories, other people's stories. You need to learn how to present about your products. Now, with your prospects, you should always be using third party. But for everybody else, you can be the third party. Your team brings somebody to you, you can tell them about the product. Just don't tell it to your prospects. Use a third party for that. But for everybody else, when you're on stage, you need to be able to present your company's products in such a compelling, exciting, interesting, visionary way that people lean forward when you're talking about the products. When you're presenting them, you're not just giving people data, you're taking people on a journey. You're getting into people's imagination. That's what storytellers do, is they get into people's imagination. Here's how I heard somebody say it once. You need to paint a picture in somebody else's imagination. Take your words to paint a picture in somebody else's imagination so they can see it. They go, oh, I can imagine. Oh, I can see that. Oh, all right. So when you're talking about your vision, you talk about products, anything else, you've got to be able to paint that picture. You know, what I've been working to do over this last day or so is paint a picture in your minds of what's possible. Help you start to see it, start to believe it. Because if you can get to that belief level, you can make a decision, right? Trying to get you to that decision, the real one, where everything changes. Your life is completely different. 3 years from now, you're living a completely different life. When I talk about my 90-day story, I started off struggling. By the time I was done, I was a different person. The next year, I went to $1 million a year in income from one 90-day run. One 90-day run completely changed my life. And it took me on a journey. Doing one talk in front of my convention for 14 minutes changed my entire career. One talk. Learning how to do a keynote changed everything. My team all of a sudden started to perform without me asking. Never happened before. So even in just what I just shared, did that paint a little bit of a picture in your mind of what might happen? I hope so. So, opportunity stories, getting people started, what I call the crucial conversation, that story, learning how to present that to people, learning how to present and train skills, learning how to present and train an inspirational talk, learning how to do a keynote presentation. Could you do a one-day training on skills? Could you do an inspirational talk that would cause people to take bigger action? If the company asked you to, could you do a keynote presentation that would knock everybody's socks off? Here's what I want for you. I want to work to help you develop all of these. Because when you do, building your business gets, oh my gosh, I struggle describing how much easier building your business will be when you're excellent at this. Okay? So I'm going to give you some tips, and kind of in summary form, as many as I can. I can't take you all the way there, and I can't mentor you all the way there, but hopefully I can get you to a decision and start paying attention to little things. So let's talk about little things. Everything matters. Everything matters. If you're going to be an excellent presenter, if you're going to be a top level pro, if you're going to be known in the world, online, in front of your team, in front of your company, in our profession, grooming matters. It matters. Now, here's what I mean by grooming, your appearance, okay? How you look. Are you sloppy or are you not? And nothing against my friends at home. I know you're relaxed and casual at home. But I want to challenge you, maybe during the lunch break, but certainly by tomorrow, to show up at home as if you're on this stage. Because you see, look at the difference between people who are at home and people who are even in this room. Is there a difference? Yes, there's a difference. Everybody's at home in yoga pants and sweatshirts and kicking back and, I get it. But if you're on the stage, what would you do? Probably look a little bit different. What does your hair look like? What's your makeup? Put your makeup on. This is your moment. Right? Guys, trim the hair out of your ears and your nose. And some of you, those big eyebrow hair, trim that stuff a little bit. And here's what I would tell you when it comes to dressing. Dress intentionally. Just intentionally. Your brand, like Angela and Oliver's brand, they're very bohemian. That is their tribe. That is their whole community. And that is 100% authentic to them. Perfectly fine. It's intentional. Here's what I try to do. Always dress about 10% above whatever the room you're in. 10% above. 10% sharper. 10% cleaner, whatever. 10%. Not 100%, but you don't want to wear a tuxedo to a beach training, it's a little too much. But on purpose, hair, on purpose. You know the difference between, even here in this room, the ones that are going to be speaking later in the day, they look different in the morning because they're already prepared to come up for that moment, right? Well, you always have that moment. Somebody's always watching. So intentional. So on the Zoom, if you don't have a light on your face when you're on Zoom at home, that's a missed opportunity. If you're not dressed a certain way, that's a missed opportunity. If you show up a little bit casual and somebody makes a snap judgment about you, that's a missed opportunity. So grooming matters. Clothing matters. Just does. Just does. If you want to have an impact, think about, what is my audience? What do I want to do? If I was talking to a bunch of teenagers, I might dress a little bit different. I'll put on my Travis Scotts, and they'll go, oh, he's got Travis Scott sneakers. Okay. Maybe I'll wear jeans, but it's still going to be intentional. Maybe I'll wear a watch that's a fancy one. They'll go, oh, okay, fancy watch. You know what I mean? Might be a little different. If I'm in a boardroom for some big company, it's likely going to be slacks and sport coat, jacket. Now, maybe suit and tie, depends on the company. Don't do a lot of ties. Yeah, Richard Branson cut off one of my ties one time. That was fun. So clothing matters. Posture matters. Posture. Even posture in your Zooms. Posture in front of your group. I struggle with posture. I'm a sloucher. When I'm sitting on the couch, I slouch. When I'm sitting behind my desk, I slouch. I have to really work on it. My body actually gets a little sore from holding myself the way I should be holding myself all the time. Over the course of these 3 days, my body gets a little bit sore. But the way I stand, the way I hold my hands, the way I have my shoulders, the way I have my chin up, all matters. All of this has an impact. Okay, so I just want you to think about it. Be aware of it. Your energy. Your energy. Some people will just put people to sleep by their energy. Some people will not want to join you because of your energy. And sometimes it's unintentional. Early in my career, I believe that there's people who light the room up when they walk in, and there's people who dim the room when they walk in. I was a dim the room person as a network marketer because I would get so in my head thinking about stuff, I'm always strategizing. And one of my mentors, I remember we were having lunch with, we just had a business meeting. And it was an important business meeting. And he's doing this stuff, and I'm in my head, thinking about stuff while they're talking. He goes, the person we're talking to, that we're having this business meeting with, goes to the bathroom. And he said, "What the heck are you doing?" I'm like, "What? What are you talking about? What is going on with your energy? If you don't change this, you cannot come to any more meetings with me, ever." I'm like, "What are you talking about? I'm totally here. I'm mentally taking notes." I said, I don't care about your mental notes. Show up. Tell your face that you're excited. I mean, bring your eye contact into the conversation. Put a smile on your face occasionally. You build me up, I build you up. That's the whole point. I was like, I didn't even realize I was doing it. He said, "Well, you are. You're bumming me out. So if you need to excuse yourself, feel free to excuse yourself." I'm like, no. So we came up with a little signal, and the signal was he'd kick me under the table if I was doing it. And then I'd show up like, hi, I'm back. It's like, put a smile back on my face, check into the conversation, nod my head, yeah, oh, that's a good point. Okay, I had to learn how to bring different energy. So, and there's different styles. And here's what's good. You can have great energy with your style. If you're quiet, be quiet, but have a relaxed intensity in the quiet. If you're loud, be loud. Okay? If you're Daniel G, you'll be Daniel G up here going, right? And some people are like, "Oh, it's too much." But most people are like, "No, thank you. We needed the energy." So the more you are what you are, what you're going to learn how to do is modulate. You'll learn how to be way up here, kick ass, let's go. And you'll learn how to be here and talk about something that matters. And you can do things like this. You can pause. And everybody goes, "Oh, what happened?" He stopped talking for a second. Everybody goes, Jim Rohn was a master at this. He would get the whole room to his frequency, just step at a time. They'd get to his frequency, and then he'd say, "Okay, let's go." And Jim had his style. He had a podium. He never left the podium. Occasionally draw something on a board, but never left the podium. So for years, guess what I did? I never left the podium. Then I saw people start to walk around. Like, "Oh, I wonder what that feels like. That seems scary," because I was attached to my podium. And I said, "No, okay," I started to walk around. Learned how to have variety of energy. Learn how to anchor different parts of the stage. I don't know if you noticed, but typically if I'm talking about something on the negative side, I'm over here on this part of the stage. Consciously. And if I'm talking about something positive, life-changing, I'm over here. Consciously. You might not even know it, but you've been impacted by this for the last 24 hours. Every time I come over here, it's a one type of energy. Over there, it's a different type of energy. Right? Past, present, all of this anchoring stuff. It all matters. All of this stuff matters. Variety of your voice matters. Energy, tempo, it all matters. Humor was a hard one. Finding something, if you deconstruct the TED Talks, they have a humor point at about every 60 to 90 seconds for the most successful TED Talks in the world. Well, I'm not a funny person. Don't have to be a funny person. You can find some things that will get an audience reaction. Find those things, lean into those things. You'll find them. I got a bunch of them, right? But it's not my natural state. Guess what my natural state was? Copy other people. That's what I learned to do. Preparation matters. But here's what I would tell you. The learning is in the doing. If you're not doing it, you're not going to really learn it. So, but preparation matters. I prepared I prepared my story. I prepared my opportunity presentation. I prepared my skill training. I could show you notes from my first 2 years in my business, training notes that are literally almost word for word a Jim Rohn 3-hour presentation outline. For things to change, you got to change. For things to get better, you got to get better. All of that. I just copied excellence and said, as my mentor told me, and passed on the information. Everything matters. Here's the big one, value. If you bring value, the world will ask you to speak forever. You bring value, your company will ask you to present on their stage. If you bring value, and it comes in all different forms and fashions, if you're soft-spoken, if you're hyper and crazy, if you haven't had a lot of success, if you have had a lot of success, you can find a way to bring value. There's somebody in the audience that only you can relate to. You need to learn how to do this stuff. Pay attention to all the tiny little things. So I'm going to give you a few pro tips. 4 in total. 1, this is an old one, but as a starter, if you want to become great, it's pretty simple to just tell people what you're going to tell them, and then tell them, and then tell people what you told them. As a structure. For every presentation. If you have a 20-minute talk, in the next 20 minutes, I'm going to teach you this and this and this. So let's get started. This and this and this. So as we've just described, I just shared this and this and this. If you tell people what you're going to tell them, they can listen with different intent. They can have an expectation of what to go into. Right? If somebody gives me a commercial about a book, for me, I enjoy getting into that book a little bit better than if I'm going in blind. Somebody gives me a commercial about a movie or a trailer or something on a movie, that's all what you're kind of doing. Here's what we're about to do together. I'm going to show you what to do in order to become a great presenter. And now here's the way to become a great presenter. And then, so what I just shared with you is how to become a great presenter. And let's recap the steps. Boom, boom, boom. So just this simple little thing, try and do this the next time you do a Zoom. Next time you do a Zoom, open the Zoom, tell them what they're going to experience. And then have them experience it, and then summarize what they just experienced. They will have a better learning experience. Okay? Next, always have a theme. Whatever your talk is, a theme. Here's what amateurs do. They try to put too much into too little bit of time, and it stresses everybody out. Don't ever tell people I'm running out of time. Don't ever tell people, oh my gosh, I have 14 more slides in 7 minutes. All you're doing is stressing people out. Now you're going to rush through these slides. It's better you just close it up. They don't know you had 14 more slides. They don't need to know. That's all I can tell you today. We'll have to continue the conversation later. Finish it. Be done. But if you have 4 themes in one talk, that's an amateur. One theme. Everything serves that one theme. Do you know what my theme is for this talk? Become a presenter. And it's important and valuable. That's it. Make a decision. You're going to become a professional as a presenter because it's in your best interest. And here's all the reasons why. Here's some tips in order to be able to do it better. But have a theme. Before you start, even a Zoom, have a theme. If you're going to sit down with somebody over lunch, have a theme. Make sure that theme is crystal clear before you finish that meeting. Number 3, always try to include 5 things in a talk. One theme, 5 things. If you can. 1, give people an assignment. Inside your talk, give them an assignment. Here's a suggestion. Give them something that they can do. They go, okay, something noteworthy. Oh, I'm going to do that. 2, challenge people. In our business, if you challenge people in our business love a challenge. Challenge them. And what do I mean by a challenge? Challenge people to do more or faster. If they're going to make a decision, let's make it today. If you're going to change your life, let's change it in the next 30 days. If it's going to be a 90 days, let's do it in 60 days. So it's either more or faster. Right? You're going to do this, you're going to bring 10 people, you have start 10 conversations. All right, let's start 25. Challenge. Always challenge for a little bit more. You'll find that people rise to a challenge. Think about all the great speeches. You know, the I Have a Dream speech, one of the most famous speeches ever.
I have a dream.
Jeez. There he is. So, okay. That was really fast. And not planned. So assignments, right? How many assignments were in that speech? Go listen to it. How many assignments were in that speech? How many challenges were in that speech? How many stories were in that speech? What was the vision in that speech? A lot of vision, a lot of stories, assignments, and challenges. And then finally, 5th thing that you want to do inside of a talk, and this is in talk architecture, right, is a call to action. Finish your talk. Tell them what you just told them. Finish your talk with the next thing I want you to do is this. Okay? So next time you do a Zoom, try not to finish the Zoom until you've done all 5 of those things. But it's just an organizational Zoom with just our team, and we're talking about strategies for the holidays. Fine. Talk about strategies for the holidays. But have an assignment for them. Think about what that can be. Have a challenge for them to do more faster. Tell some stories of people who've done it in the past and had success. Tell stories of people who didn't do it in the past and lost the whole month, and it took 90 days for them to recover. Tell them the vision of what it's worth for them if they do what you're suggesting that they do, and give them a very specific call to action at the end. They'll forget all the rest. They'll remember the call to action. Okay? If you're going to serve, and not everybody's going to listen the same way, but I'm going to tell you, assignments, challenge, stories, vision, and a call to action. And let me give you a bonus tip. Bonus tip is this. It's okay to copy people. It's okay to copy people. In our business, it's fine. Copy them. Is anybody you admire? Do their talk. Give them credit. I learned this from one of my friends in our business. I learned this from one of my mentors. Find a talk that lights you up, and then do that talk. I did Jim Rohn talks. I did Les Brown talks. I did Brian Tracy talks. I did a talk that was 30 plus years ago. My first big talk. And you don't need to play it, John. I know he's got it queued up. But I did this talk, and I really prepared. And I listened to a program I bought that was the 50 greatest talks ever. And I just listened to all these different speeches, a lot of them political speeches. But I listened to these different speeches, and I incorporated a bunch of different things. Like I came up with a phrase, I'm going to the top, in that talk. And when people doubt you, you tell them, I'm going to the top, I'm going to the top, I'm going to the top, I'm going to the top. I repeated that phrase over and over and over again because the I have a dream was repeated over and over and over again as a way for people to remember. How do you remember that speech? You don't remember that speech about racial equality. You remember that speech, I have a dream. Okay, I'll do that. So I pulled a little piece from here. I pulled a little piece from there. Even the phrase, you're going to see me waving from the top of the mountain or dead on the side of the road. I'm not going back. I say that in the talk. That's an exact Jim Rohn quote from another talk that he did about the day that turns your life around. A little piece from here, and a little piece from there, and a little piece from the next guy. I pieced it all together, and I will tell you, I started, when I was in theater early on, and musical theater and stuff, people would just say, just be yourself, relax, just be yourself. Terrible advice for me. Because I didn't like myself, I wasn't comfortable with myself. So what I learned to do is be other people. So for a good season of time, I was Jim Rohn, standing behind the podium, looking at my notes, telling my story, using his same voice inflections, all of it. If you go back and listen, you could still hear some today. If any of you students of Jim Rohn, you can hear quite a bit of Jim Rohn in my voice today. And then I saw Tony Robbins walk away from the thing. Like, okay, this is something different. And then I saw Tony do this. He got off the stage and he went and connected directly to a person. And it like changed the energy of the room. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. I wonder if I could do that. So then I started to play around with that. How many of you felt the change in energy when I just came here? Like, oh, okay. I've been in crowds where the crowd is, it's not to be judgmental, but boring crowd, with kind of boring type products, not really exciting, motivational, but they make money. And you could tell they had to be there. The people who were sitting in the audience had to be there. They didn't want to be there. So I'd come off, I'm doing this thing, they're all half asleep. Like, okay, I came over to their table. What's up? And they're just like, okay, what the hell is going on? So I'd ask them a question. They'd answer like, oh. So I added that to my mix. I did a talk once. Biggest crowd I ever spoke to. Tony Robbins, biggest stage he ever spoke on too, is in Germany. 45,000 people in Germany. And I got off the stage, humongous stage, this soccer stadium. And I just had the camera follow me. And I literally went all the way to the top row in the stadium. And I sat down next to some people. I just trained sitting next to them. And everybody's freaking out. Like, what the heck? This is not usual. But so, just like my old story of going up and singing and handling it when I forgot the words to the song, I'm just going to go up there and what's going to happen? We don't know. But that's part of the variety of making something interesting sometimes. Sometimes you can come around, you can interact, you can ask a question. What's your biggest obstacle? How can I help you overcome it? And you do a coaching session in the middle of everybody else live to be able to help them change their life. Okay. Now, this might not be comfortable for you to do day one. Might not be comfortable for you to do right away. You're going to find your own comfort zone before you're ready to move around. I learned this when I'm moving around. I just changed this person for sure. And if I could touch, connect, shake hands, fist bump while I'm doing something, eye contact. How many of you have felt that I've made eye contact with you at least once over the course of the last 24 hours? Yeah. I've consciously made an effort to do that. That's just another tiny little piece. Because if you ever gone to a concert of an artist that you really admire and they made eye contact with you? Has that ever happened? Raise your hand if that's happened. What happened in that moment? It's like, oh, Justin Timberlake just looked at me. You know what I mean? Completely different concert immediately. We just had a moment. The rest of you don't even know. Right? So you can create these moments. You can create an emotional connection. You can create different energy. See, I'm back up here now. It's more safe. It's a little less hectic, right? Learning how to play an audience. Learning how to raise the emotions up and down. Learning how to add intensity, to bring it down, to be real, to be interactive. What are we trying to do? We're trying to assist somebody in experiencing a breakthrough. Every one of our talks, it's different. If you're going to go speak for your local community, chamber of commerce, that's one thing. In our business, there's somebody in every single crowd that's ready to make a decision that will change their life. You know what we do when we talk to them? We assist them in making that decision. We help them go, okay, I'll do it. Okay, I'm scared, but I'll do it. I'm nervous, but I'll do it. How many of you are ready to take your presentation skills to the next level in the next 12 months? Yes? Put a 1 in the chat. Those of you at home, ready to take your presentation skills up in the next 12 months? Okay. Here's what I'm going to tell you. We're going to do 2 things. 1, during the lunch break, those of you at home, I have an assignment, my VIPs and super VIPs, talking to you, Teresa, talking to you, Cecile, talking to you, Marcia, talking to you, Jennifer, talking to you. I want you to show up after the lunch break like you're going to be on stage. Okay? If you need to go get a lamp, take the lampshade off and put a light in your face so the lighting's better, do it. If you need to change clothes, do it. You got to go fix up your hair, do some makeup, do it. Whatever you got to do, but show up on purpose. And I'm going to pull some people randomly out of this and have you come up and tell your story to the rest of the world, okay? In front of 50,000 people. You ready? Miranda, you ready? Yeah? All right. We'll see. All right. So, same thing true. You guys, here's what I want you to do. It's not necessarily today, but tomorrow. Imagine that you're going to be pulled up on this stage because I'm going to pull some people up. Okay? So I just want you to show up ready. And I'll know who's ready. I'll walk up my first time, I'll go, oh, she's ready. He's ready. He's ready. She's ready. Okay. Who knows? Maybe we have a special panel just for you guys to be able to talk about it. Okay? Huh? Can you go shop tonight? You shouldn't have to. You're you. Just be you. I'm not saying you have to go shop. I want you to be you, but the best version of you. Well, I'm giving you permission. Jeff, she has permission to go shopping at Crystal's at the fanciest place in town. Go figure that out. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a 15-minute break. And during that break, it's a work break, okay? I want you to get into groups, and I want you to find, again, we're going to network. Get away from the group that you're always talking with unless you have to do it because of language. Okay? If you have to do it because of language, fine. But get into groups of about 5 or 6, and I want you to answer these 2 questions. The same thing for everybody at home. We're going to split you into groups. What is your monthly revenue goal that you want to achieve by the end of 2026? How much do you want to be earning in December 2026 for that month? I want a monthly number. Okay? Forget about what's reasonable. Just what came into your head. What would be a successful year? And 2, what needs to change in order for you to accomplish that goal? Okay? Those are the two questions. And here's what I'm going to tell you. We're going to come back in 15 minutes. You're going to hear from one of the fastest growing, most successful network marketers in the world, Sandro Cazzato, right after this break. And this afternoon, you're going to hear from Russell Brunson. You're going to hear again from Daniel G. We're going to be talking about leadership and recruiting. We got a lot that we're going to cover. Today is just going to absolutely blow your minds. I'm going to let you know about all of this retention mastery, sales mastery, duplication mastery, presentation mastery to guide you towards the ultimate breakthrough, okay? It's time for all of us to change the game. So we're going to take 15 minutes, treat it serious, be in your seat, and 15 minutes from now, ready, set, go.
Struggle is my address where pain and crack lives. Gunshots coming from sounds of blackness. Given this game with no time to practice. Born on a blacklist. Told I'm below average. A life with no cabbage. That's no money if you from where I'm from. Funny, I just want some of your son. Dark clouds seem to follow me. Alcohol that my pop swallowed bottle me. No apology, I walk with a boulder on my shoulder. It's a cold war. I'm a colder soldier. Hold the same fight that made Martin Luther the king. I ain't using it for the right thing. In between lean and the fiends, hustle and the schemes, I put together pieces of a dream. I still have one. I got a dream. One day we gonna work it out. One day we gonna work it out. One day we gonna work it out. I have a dream. I got a dream. One day we gonna work it out. One day we gonna work it out. One day we gonna work it out. I have a dream. I got a dream. That one day I'ma look deeper than myself. I gotta find a way. I have a dream. My dream is to be free. My dream is to be. My dream is to be. My dream is to be free. The world see me looking in the mirror. Images of me getting much clearer. Dear self, I wrote a letter just to better my soul. If I don't express it, then forever I hold inside. I'm from a side where we gotta control. Rap music and the hood play the fatherly role. My story like yours, yo, gotta be told. Trying to make it from a gangster to a Galia role. Red scrolls of stole slaves and Jewish people in cold cage. Hate has no color or age. Flip the page. Now my race became freedom. Right dreams in the dark, they far, but I can see them. I believe in heaven more than hell. Blessings more than jail. In the ghetto, letting love prevail. With a story to tell. My eyes see the glory and well. The world waiting for me to yell. I have a dream. I got a dream. One day we gonna work it out. One day we gonna work it out. One day we gonna work it out. I have a dream. I got a dream. One day we gonna work it out. One day we gonna work it out. One day we gonna work it out. I have a dream. I got a dream. That one day I'ma look deeper than myself. I gotta find a way. I have a dream. My dream is to be free. My dream
4, 5, 6, 7, and 9, 10. Keep on counting. I should love you. I got 21 reasons why I do. I got 21 reasons why I do. I got 21 reasons why I do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Keep on counting. I should love you, but I got 21 reasons why I do. I
3-minute warning, everybody. 3 minutes. I can't do photos now. I'll do them later for sure. Promise.
Clock strikes upon the hour, and the sun begins to fade.
I'll tell them I said hi.
Still enough time to figure out how to chase my blues away. I've gone all right up till now. It's the light of day that shows me how. And when the night falls, loneliness calls. Oh, I wanna dance with somebody. I wanna feel the heat with somebody. Yeah, I wanna dance with somebody. With somebody who loves me. Somebody who loves me. Somebody who loves me. Somebody who loves me. 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 With somebody who loves me.
It's 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes, everybody. Start finding your seats.
Somebody who loves me. I've been in love and lost my senses, spinning through the town. Sooner or
We will later.
the
Later for sure.
fever ends, and I wind up feeling down.
Start finding your seats.
Take a chance on a love that burns hot enough to last. So when the night falls, my lonely heart calls. Oh, I wanna dance with somebody. I wanna feel the heat with somebody. Yeah, I wanna dance with somebody. With somebody.
Welcome back, Sandra and Debbie, Mia. How you doing? Nice Christmas tree. What's up, Amelia? Hi, Amelia. How you doing, woman? Good to see your face. Benjamin, how you doing? Heather, miss you. Hey, Jen. Badrudin, what's up? Jana Wallace. Hey, Francis. And we got the dog even. Hey, Damien, Jennifer, Katrina, Virginia. What's up, what's up, what's up? Okay, everybody come on in, get your seats. Only people who want to learn how to make $800,000 a month, get your seats. You're welcome, you're welcome. Let's go, let's go. Come on in. Hi, Guadalupe. Come on, everybody, let's go. We can do 15, but we got to get back. Come on. Come on. All right, bring the music down. All right, who's willing to share their number 12 months from today? How much? 100,000 euros or dollars? Euros. 40? 25? 24? Or 24,000? Okay. Who else has a number? What's your number? 100,000. Who else has a number? 300,000. Who else has a number? Monthly number, 12 months from today, December 2026. 12,000. 50,000. 10,000. Love it. 18. 80, 80. All right, wonderful. Who else? 7,000. 10, 30. All I'm looking for is progress. There's no judging if your number is smaller or bigger or any of that stuff, even if it's unreasonable. Who's to say? 50? All right. 60? Okay. Sounded the same. 50, 60, whatever. And thank you for putting it in the chat. I see a lot of 5s, 6s, 15s. Put a 7 in the chat if you'd like to attend this event at some point in person. If you'd like to attend in person, be here in the room with us, hang out with us for 3 days. William Clark, look at you, man. You could be your own Santa Claus. Look at that guy. He looks awesome. Strong beard game, bro. Very strong. Okay, if you're ready, say I'm ready. That's another thing I would tell you about audience participation in the presentation stuff. Learning to say things like that. If you're ready, say I'm ready. If you agree with me, say I. So much better. I need to remind myself of that one. That was a good one, because the other thing that I'll tend to do that I got to be careful of is the audience wants to applaud, but I'll talk over it. They'll want to have an applause moment, and I'll keep talking over it instead of saying, yeah, give your, and I've seen some speakers say, oh, it's okay if you applaud to that. That's kind of weak. What's better is to say, give yourselves a round of applause. You know what I mean? Give yourselves a round of applause. So, little stuff. Collect these little things. Little ideas. A smile, a smirk, a joke, something. Be playful. Be serious. But make sure you're bringing value. Every one of you can bring value in a unique way. You all have a good story. You've all got stuff to be able to share. So I want to throw up the 6 categories again of where we've been going so far and what we've covered. We have covered retention mastery. We've talked about sales mastery. We talked about duplication mastery. We have talked about presentation mastery. And now we're going to talk about leadership mastery. How to become a more effective leader. How to lead yourself. How to lead your team. How to lead leaders. Leadership, this is the holy grail of our business. Because the stronger and the thicker your leaders are in your organization, the more stable and predictable your business is going to be. It's really as simple as that. It rises and falls on leadership. Sometimes we think, I need to go to this other country because it's hot in that other country and network marketing is no good in my country. Here's what I learned. There's no such thing as geography limitations. You notice some parts of the world never took off until a leader showed up. And when a leader showed up in that part of your country or that part of the world, the business took off. Same thing's true of time of year. Oh, you can't build during the holidays. Well, you can if a leader shows up. Some of you are having huge momentum right now, and you're going to continue to have that momentum through the holidays. Why? Because a leader showed up. If poor leaders are in place, or not poor, but ineffective leaders are in place, you'll lose the holidays. So it's simple stuff. So we're going to talk about leadership. We're going to talk about recruiting, and we're going to, kind of by a little bit after lunch, we'll have these 6 kind of locked. And we're going to spend the rest of the time talking about how to implement all of this. We're going to talk about branding, how to brand yourself, so you get more people paying attention to you, more people listening to you within your organization. Russell's going to teach you how to sell one to many. This one skill, to be able to go and conduct a presentation filled with prospects and get them to buy or get them to join. How weird would it be to do a Zoom webinar and recruit 50 people personally in 1 hour? He's going to show you how to do that today. He's going to show you how to personally recruit, how to personally sign up 100 customers in a day. How to recruit 10 new frontline distributors in a day. How do you do that? Instead of just one by one? Now we're going to use that strategy and then implement all of this in order to be able to replicate and keep those people, etc. But imagine that extra skill in your arsenal of being able to sell one to many. That's what's coming after the lunch break, okay? So we got some amazing things. Big announcement later on today, towards the end of the session. It's going to bring you tremendous value. You're going to love it. So to kick off the leadership section, I couldn't think of a more appropriate person to bring out. This gentleman I became aware of. He's been involved in network marketing for 5 years now. He's setting the pace. He's professionalizing network marketing on a very, very high level. Most of his organization's in Europe. He's built a very large team. I'm sure he'll give you some facts and figures and statistics. And without sounding patronizing, he's an excellent student. And what I mean by that is when I lay something out, there's different people that I mentor. You know, group mentoring, different places. When I lay something out, I can see not only that he gets it, but he shows me evidence that he turns it, he takes it and puts it into action quickly. So for example, one of the tactics that I mentor people on is how to do a 90-day run. How to take 90 days, change your life personally, and then how to take 90 days and have a massive impact on your organization. I believe he's done 5 or 6 90-day runs over the course of his first 5 years in network marketing. He's been involved 5 years in network marketing. I'm unaware of somebody making more money than he's making in the world today with a product-based company. He's earning huge amounts of money, and he's going to be sharing some ideas on how you can professionalize your business, up your skills, up your mindset, and take your business to the next level. If you're ready to have a breakthrough, give a big GoPro welcome to Sandro Cazzato. Come on out, Sandro. Amen. Crush it.
So, what can I tell you after this introduction, actually? Eric, I've done 7 90 days run in 5 years. This makes it very incredible. But as you heard, today I'm here with you to celebrate something very special. Actually, I'm only 5 years in network marketing. So I've just finished my 5th year of apprenticeship in network marketing because I'm still learning. And today we will learn something about leadership. Leadership is a very sophisticated topic. You know why? Because we tend to call people leaders too early. Someone has 2 people in the team. You know, my leader has already 2 people in my team. He's not a leader. This person doesn't know what they will eat tomorrow, so they cannot be a leader. Leadership is something that comes over the course of time. When you want to become a leader, I was doing some research, because when I hear these words like comfort zone, leadership, these words, they are used or misused many times. So I like to go deep and find out more also about the root of these words. And the leader is a person that shows the way. But to show the way, you need to know the way. If I would ask you, what's the goal of your life? Can you really point me to something? Do you know exactly what you're working for? I've done this exercise many times with my team, especially the one that don't have so much contact with me. And I tell them, okay, I give you 5 minutes, write down your goals. They all point to the levels of our career plan. This is not a goal. This is what you need to achieve to fulfill your goal in life. Otherwise, I'm going to ask you, what do you need the money for? Before I came here, I couldn't know, ragazzi. I don't know if you know, but I have Italian roots. So when Eric did, you need to have the hands like this. Italians have always the hands like this, we have no issues with that. And what I didn't know is that Italy is taking over GoPro. How many Italians are here in the crowd? Not, and they are not from my team. Okay. Every time when I have a speech to people that I don't really know, I want to give them a piece of me. And for me, this is also a sign of leadership towards myself, because I'm a very introverted and reserved person. I really struggle to tell stuff about myself. But over time, I found out that people cannot identify them with myself if I don't give them some pieces of me. I will never tell everything about my life, but I decided today to give also some pieces of my childhood, of my life that led where I am today. A part of the fact that I'm going to give you lots of Italianity today, but I'm trying to explain leadership with one of the biggest symbols that even exists in Italy. Everybody knows about it. Not everybody has seen it. The Colosseum. Who of you has ever seen the Colosseum in person? Okay, 2/3 of this room. The Colosseum is a masterpiece. And it's funny because normally the people who know me, I have this fixation, this obsession of going to the moon, right? But this year, our company convention was held in Rome. And I had the chance to visit again the Colosseum. And when I was standing in front of the Colosseum, I said, okay, I see the building of a network marketing business like the building of the Colosseum, like the building of a monument. And I was visualizing the fact that I couldn't sleep before the event, not because I had to talk in front of 7,000 people, which became normal in the meantime, but because I feel always a big responsibility before of this event. Like I feel the responsibility right now. It's one thing when you speak at the events of your company or of your team, and it's another thing when you're allowed to speak in front of a generic audience like you guys. I don't know, who of you have children? Okay. Have you ever children from other families come to your house to play with your children? I don't know if with you it's the same, but we tend to pay more attention to other people's children than to our children in that moment, right? So I will pay more attention to you than I'm paying attention to my team right now. The fact that I want to be honest with you, because all the other things won't help you. So today you will get unfiltered leadership content from me. Are you okay with that? Before this event in Rome, I couldn't sleep. So I decided to dress up and to go to the Colosseum, which looks exactly like this when you visit the Colosseum at night. And I was touching these stones. Actually, you're not allowed to touch them. There is something protecting, but nobody was there, so I wanted to touch them just to get a feeling of it. And I was just thinking, how is it possible that something that was built 2,000 years ago is still standing? You know how this is possible? That the people that built this Colosseum, they didn't build for that moment 2,000 years ago. They didn't build the Colosseum for themselves. The Colosseum was built for eternity. And that's why today, 2,000 years later, we still can enjoy this Colosseum. This Colosseum became a proof of the power of the Romans. And we in network marketing are here for the same reason, not to just write another chapter that will be forgotten tomorrow. I'm not building a team that in 2 years will not be there anymore. I want to build a team. I want to build a business that will stand the test of time. I want to build a team that will stand forever, not because of me, because I will empower them and teach them to do that. And leadership is also legacy, because through network marketing, we have the possibility not only to leave a legacy, but to live a legacy while we are building our business. You have heard about the achievements from Eric. We have a very nice saying in Italy. It's called aria fritta, okay? It means fried air. This is when you talk a lot, but when you say nothing, okay? It's just blah, 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 blah. From me today, you're not gonna get aria fritta. No aria fritta today, okay? We have sold more of 1 billion euros in products in the last 5 years. We have developed 500 six-figure earners over the last 5 years. We have created more than 1 million earners over the last 5 years, of which 5 are here with me today. So who wants to know how we did this? Rule number 1, a leader creates clarity. Clarity. When I started in network marketing, I always say, either I have the most unimpressive story in the world or I have the coolest story in the world. I can promise you something, after today, you will have a very cool story to tell about what's possible in network marketing. But I was an IT entrepreneur before I started, okay? So my approach is strategic. I calculate. I need numbers. The first thing that I've done in network marketing was opening Microsoft Excel and building an Excel spreadsheet about what was possible in network marketing. With a duplication, 3x3, 5x5, I was making some assumption on how many points or how much volume everybody would produce every month, okay? The numbers looked amazing. I wanted to achieve that in 1 year. You know what I didn't calculate? The human being. I didn't calculate the human being. Have you heard about the retention? 80% leaves the business. I didn't know that. This was the missing thing. Because I assumed everybody wants to make money. Everybody has a certain work ethic. If you invest in a business to start a business, you want to keep doing the business. Nope, not in network marketing, apparently. And in fact, I didn't make it in 1 year. It took me 5 years. No problem. We are still very happy about it. But this map, this Excel spreadsheet, gave me so much clarity on what was possible. I'll give you another example. Who feels that this Gopro is different? Right? It's very different. From the beginning, I have clarity that I'm going to learn something on these 6 modules, right? We are now at the last module. So we have learned about each of them, and once we are done with it, we master the skills of being a network marketing professional. So it's so important to give clarity to people. And one thing, show them the way. Show them what are the next steps. I know we always say, give them just as much as they need. Okay. But if I wouldn't have built this Excel spreadsheet, we wouldn't be here today. It's a fact. So tell them how their journey will look like in order that they can visualize. People, okay, this maybe people are not going to like me after this. We give too much importance to manifesting, visualizing. But if you want to visualize really what's the next step is going to be. So tell them what's the next step that is going to be on their career path, how they will achieve correct. What are we going to do on our onboarding session? How many steps will follow after I have done this and this and this assignment that you gave me? So it's important to create clarity. Very simple. Another thing that works very well in our business is, I'm sure that you know what I'm saying right now. You have the feeling that every month has a different flavor in terms of how fast the business goes, if people are here or they are on a vacation. I want you to go through your year and give to every month like the flavor that it has, and communicate to your team what you're going to do this month. Otherwise, everybody will be on holiday. Or what are we going to do in January? Otherwise, people will have first to wake up from hibernation. This is all a part of the game to give them clarity right at the beginning of something. The other thing that defines a leader is action. Action. I don't know who follows me on Instagram, but I live either in Zoom or at the airport. These are the two places where I live. And I'm not in travel business, okay? So just... So action beats everything. Everything. You will always inspire people by showing action. You cannot expect from your team that they are doing stuff that you're not doing yourself. And you can talk about it, that you're going there, that you're doing this, that you're doing that. So we always should be right at the front showing how things work. What is one of the biggest problems that I see also partially in my team? People tend to become managers after a certain time. And this certain time comes very often too early. I have built a team of millionaires. I have thick leadership in my team. In theory, I could relax, right? So to keep going and showing action, I need to set my goals higher and higher. Otherwise, nobody is going to motivate me to go and to move and to go on. So take action, because this is going to be one of the most inspiring things for your team. Now, education is a big one, okay? We are all here to learn, right? Network marketing is a profession. Probably the only profession that you can start without doing an apprenticeship. The only one. And also the only one that you don't have to do an apprenticeship and you can become a millionaire. Very strange profession, right? Very strange profession. So we all should have an education plan in place. The work that Eric, Warren, and Marina have put in place to create this educational path in network marketing is the key. I haven't reinvented the wheel. Maybe I'm just here because I was the one that took this knowledge and put it into action. That's it. And in that, as you have heard, I'm very good at. The fact that you educate yourself and you educate your team will change everything forever. Because people don't move because they don't know what to do. But once they are educated, they feel empowered, they feel motivated. My son Giuliano is 11 years old. In Switzerland, he grew up with Italian and German, okay, because we live in the German-speaking part of Switzerland. And at school, they learn French. So there was a time that I could sit with him and we were practicing French vocabulary, okay, because he had this exam on Wednesday. So we were practicing. And the point arrived where he didn't let me finish the German word. He already was saying the French word. You think Giuliano was ready for the exam? He was very ready for the exam. On that morning, he was dressed up. I never saw him dressing up as fast on that morning. He was super motivated. He went to school, boom, highest mark. The same thing didn't happen before the math exam. On the morning of the exam, he had, out of nowhere, tummy pains. He had fever. Look, touch, puppy, touch. He didn't have fever, of course. But he wasn't educated. He didn't learn what he had to learn. Of course, he couldn't do this exam, so he stayed at home. Education is the key for us and also for our profession to have more credibility. There is no profession in the world that doesn't have an educational path, so we need to accept that. Leadership is more of a summary, okay? Leadership is our behavior, everything that is included, like having a vision, having a goal, making sacrifices. Making sacrifices is a super, super important thing. I grew up in a quite small town in Switzerland. We were living in an apartment. We were in a building of 10 floors, and as Italian families do, they somehow managed to live all together. So there was my grandma and my grandpa, second floor. We were my aunt and my uncle at the third floor, and we were at the fifth floor. Okay, so you can imagine, mama. However, my grandma, she's the boss of the family. Okay, I have a quite grandma. Okay, and she had this habit of coming to our house. She was not knocking. She was not ringing. She was just opening the door and walking in. You can imagine my father. She's the mother of my mother, so you can imagine my father, how he didn't like this. So in all this thing, my father, he was a big lover of sports. He was watching everything in television. This was cause of argument in our family all the time. My mother, why are you watching again sport? Blah, blah, blah. So I grew up with watching sport. And we have one favorite football club, which is Juventus Turin. Okay, Juventus Turin. I was watching every game with him. Every game. We were going to our favorite bar, watching the game. There was no game that I was missing of Juventus. Okay, no game I was missing. And the fact that I started in network marketing caused something very strange to happen. Because I was 36 years old. From the age of 5 until the age of 36, probably I've never missed a Juventus game in my life. The second I signed up in network marketing, I have never watched a Juventus game again. I decided to put my priority and focus on this because it became an obsession for me. I saw with clarity this blueprint, and for me, football wasn't important anymore. Do you think it didn't cost me to say to my father no when he wanted to come to my house or when normally I would go to his house to watch the game? Of course. Today, in Juventus Turin, there are only 2 players that earn more than I earn. That's the consequence. So giving up on things that you love will give you time to do the things that we need to do in our business. And showing leadership means also creating a sustainable business. Sustainability is the key. Who has this naturally, this big mama or big papa syndrome in your team, that you are doing everything for everyone? And you think that if you go on holiday, you will come back and nothing will be there anymore, right? This is scary because Eric is right when he's saying we have a job, we don't have a business. But when you have a business where everybody is empowered, they know what there is to do. When everybody has their goal set and they are working towards the achievement of their goal, they know what there is to do with or without you. So, creating a sustainable business means empowering people, developing people. I use another Excel spreadsheet. I call it top 50 leaders. And the goal basically is to fill this list with people that you have developed in terms of skills, in terms of behavior. And I can tell you, it's a mission of life because it takes a while until you have 50 people on this list that can cover between 50 and 60% of what you do. So during the morning, I work on my network marketing stuff, contacting, conversations, sales. And in the afternoon, I'm working on those people that I have on the list. And every year, I decide to put 3 new people on the list. And these are going to be the 3 new ones, not because I like them, but because they prove me that they want to grow into this business. And this leads to that topic, mentorship. You have heard, I don't mentor them because I like them. I mentor them because they proved, even without my help, that they were very hungry and able to achieve stuff. And I want to take the chance. I've never done that in public like this, but I'm going to do it because there is no better stage. Eric was talking yesterday about defining moments, right? I signed up the 26th of November 2020, 5 years ago. And I was lucky enough, you know why? Because 4 days later, there was the Gopro experience, 2020. I had no clue who Eric Worre was. Zero clue who Eric Worre. I was looking up because I knew there must be something. I knew there must be someone that teaches network marketing. So I found, bought a ticket, and I was a student for 3 days. This event opened my mind like this. So guys that follow us at home, pay attention that maybe in 5 years you're going to be here talking on stage. Pay attention. Because I was paying attention during these sessions until 3 a.m. in the night. And I saw people coming on stage being millionaires. And I said, what? I was just supposed to sell perfumes, I thought. And there are people that are making millions with network marketing. What is it? And I started working hard. We achieved diamond rank. Then I took my team and we went to Berlin where Eric was coming and speaking. And it was during COVID time, so we all had to show our tests to go inside the event. 3,000 people were there. And I wanted somehow to go to him and tell him thank you for all this wisdom and all this knowledge. And I remember, Eric, I'm going to tell it. We were doing this group works about storytelling, go deeper, go deeper, go there. So I disconnected from my group. I went here on the stage, and Eric was sitting here in the middle of the stage on his high chair. It was COVID, so we couldn't go too close. No? And I was there, and I said, Eric, come. And he was leaving. I can't. He was like this. And everybody else would have been triggered the bad way. I got triggered the good way. Because I told to myself, okay, I'm gonna do what's needed to get in the proximity of Eric Worre. This was in March 2022. December 2022, I was in the $1 Million Hall of Fame of GoPro. This was a defining moment for me. And while being at that same event, the exercise that he has done with you? With write down how much you want to make next year. He did it also with us. And I wrote on my sheet 100K a month. And then he said, okay, that's not what you're going to make. So do like this and double the amount. 200,000 a month. I say 200,000 a month. I said, no, we are not done yet. Do it again and double again. 400,000 a month. I said, how? I was making, I think, 30,000 back then. How can I make 400,000 from doing 30,000? Okay, I didn't achieve it in 12 months. But within 18 months, I went from 30K to 360,000K. This is what happens when you find a mentor like Eric Worre and you do what's needed to go in his proximity, because this is how mentorship works. It's not that you take the coolest person or the nicest ones or the one that wants to go always to eat pizza with you. You take the talents that prove you with action that they could achieve already something important without you. And you have recognized this. You have recognized their hunger in their eyes, and you take them close to you. You mentor them so they don't make the same mistakes, and you bring them to the top with you. This is mentorship, guys. I found my mentor in Eric Worre, and I want to say him publicly, thank you for everything.
He know if he's done. Sandro Cazzato, everybody! Amen. So, the double and the double, right? The 100,000, 200,000, 400,000. Not to brag. How much did you earn in November, approximately, for this last month?
$830,000.
In 1 month. In 1 month. This guy is a special, special guy. Thank you for bringing value, my brother.
Thank you.
You can come and we can role play anytime. My man. Sandro Cazzato, everybody. Give him one more round of applause. How many of you said, you know what? If he can do it, I can do it. Yes, it's possible. It's possible. Now listen, some of you have some limiting beliefs. We're going to talk about leadership for a bit, and then I'm going to bring out a panel, then we're going to go to lunch. But you wonder why I do what I do? Why do you think? Contribution. Here's what I learned. I needed to make sure I took care of me first. And what I mean by that is I needed to lead myself. Cause myself to do things that were uncomfortable. Cause myself to stretch. Cause myself to grow. To learn the skills. To learn retention. To learn sales. To learn duplication. To learn presentation. To learn leadership. I actively sought out coaches. I actively sought out mentors. I actively sought out environments. I worked to earn my way into a more powerful crowd. And it wasn't easy at first. Really isn't. They say, oh, take a millionaire to lunch, and see what you can learn from them. Well, millionaires are busy. And they're really busy. They can't afford to spend that much time with you. Because you bring down their time, their average, their everything else. I have a friend of mine, his name is Rob Dyrdek. Do you know Rob? Ridiculousness, the show on MTV. Very good friend. He just finally canceled, they finally ended the run of Ridiculousness. It'll probably play replays for the next 20 years, but he's obsessed with managing time. He knows, he began tracking about 5 years ago, every minute of every day. And he is obsessed with what we do with the time that we have. And I think we need to become obsessed. Marina's going to be talking to you about obsession tomorrow and how, in my opinion, that's the price of entry to greatness, is being irrationally obsessed, going after it in a big, big way. The enemy of greatness is comfort. The friend of greatness is obsession. And I think you can have a healthy obsession. And here's why. I was sitting backstage with Jim Rohn one time, and it was always special. One thing you might not know about Jim Rohn is he was not really the same guy one-on-one as he was on stage. He was the brightest version of himself on stage, but he was extremely shy, very quiet. If you go to dinner with Jim, it was a quiet dinner. He wasn't holding court. Anybody ever meet Mr. Rohn? You know what I'm talking about? Did you ever meet him privately? You know what I'm talking about, yes? So I'm sitting backstage, and it was always, I could tell you all the times that I spent time with him personally. I just happened to be sitting next to each other. I said, Mr. Rohn, can I ask you a question? He said, sure. I said, why do you still do this? Why are you still traveling around? And he could have just said, well, something to do. But here's what he said. He got a little smile on his face. He said, I'll tell you why. I do it for the tap on the shoulder. And I said, what do you mean by that? He said, I do it because there's people today that are going to take notes. They're going to make a decision. They're going to change their life. They're going to move forward. I don't know their name today. But 3 years from now, 4 years from now, 5 years from now, I'm going to get a tap on the shoulder, or somebody's going to tell a story about this person, and they're going to say, you don't know me, but here's the notes that I took, and it changed my life. You know, so when Sandro comes up, I don't take any credit for what he did. He had to do the work. But the fact that I can be a little part of that story, a little piece of that testimonial, makes me happy. And I would wish you that joy of a person of showing up in somebody else's testimonial. When somebody tells the story of their life, that your name gets added to the story of their life, that they were going on one path and then they met you. And you were prepared for that moment when they met you. You were equipped in that moment to help them go from where they were to where they wanted to be. And because of you, they did it. And it doesn't need to be a big thing, but you know. I mean, I barely graduated high school. 18 jobs by the time I was 23 years old. Never in my wildest dreams would I imagine that there'd ever be times when 50,000 people were watching from around the world in the middle of the night. You know, it's different languages happening, and people would travel from all over the world to come here. Millions of people would be impacted every single week. But that's what happened. You know why? I learned how to lead me. Then I was equipped to lead others. Then I was equipped. We try to get shortcuts, all of us. We hope network marketing will be a shortcut for us. I'm here to tell you that there aren't shortcuts to legacy. There aren't shortcuts to real impact and contribution. You need to be prepared for the moment. I want you to make a decision more than anything. At some point over this weekend, my hope, my prayer, is that you make a decision, say, I'm going to be prepared for the moment. I'm going to take what I learned this weekend, the decisions that I make this weekend, and I'm going to be prepared for the next person that comes into my orbit. They leave better. Whether they stay with me forever or not, they're going to be impacted. Their lives are going to be better because I'm going to help them get better. That is the most addictive feeling in the world, to be able to contribute to the life of another person, even in a tiny, small way. To be able to drop something in their ear that ends up in their heart, and they're a different person because of it. Okay? So let's talk about leadership. We got the 6 categories, throw them up again. These 6 are what you need to prepare for in our business. And all of these things give you an opportunity to be able to pour into another human being. We're going to teach people sales, but what we're really going to do is we're going to help them find themselves. We're going to teach people how to present. What we're really going to do is we're going to help them learn how to express themselves. We're going to teach people how to lead and have a more effective organization, but what we're really going to do is have them tap into the power that they have inside themselves. Do you understand? Network marketing is this metaphor. It creates a financial excuse for us to do what we should be doing anyway, which is becoming a better version of ourselves. We have a financial excuse to go through the fear necessary in order to come out on the other side. So, in leadership mastery, how would you rate your leadership skill level on a scale of 1 to 10? I want you to think about 1, leading yourself. How good are you at leading you? Scale of 1 to 10. Cause you to be more consistent. Cause you to be a better leader. 2, how good are you at leading others? Scale of 1 to 10. Think about that. How good are you at leading leaders? Think about that. That's a whole different skill set. How good are you at this? And here's how we know. Well, let's talk about the obstacles first. What are the obstacles keeping you from being a 10? What's the biggest one? Making a decision. Some of you haven't even decided to be a leader because you're so comfortable. Your whole life you've been a follower. Your whole life you've been a behind-the-scenes person. You've been a supporter. You've been a good soldier. You do as you're told. Well, there's a cap to your income if you don't know how to lead. So here's how we know if somebody leads. What is a leader? What is a leader? Here's the best way I can describe it. A leader causes other people to do more than they were going to do. If they were going to do nothing, a leader will cause them to do something. If they're going to do a little bit, they'll cause them to do a little bit more. If they're going to do a lot, they'll cause them to do a lot, but do it faster. A leader will cause people to do more or do things faster. They'll create environments. They'll understand that this person might be driven by support, and that will cause them to take more action. This person might need tough love in order for them to get into more action. This person needs competition for them to get into action. This person needs to have an example shown to them. This person needs a very precise process. This person just needs to be sent out and go learn from experience. It's not, I would love to say that this one size fits all. But we're all different creatures with different life experiences. I saw this interview, Mel Robbins, good friend of mine. She interviewed this guy who's a psychologist, and she was talking about, Mel asked the question, what do you do about kids that grow up in the same home? He said, kids never grow up in the same home. What? Children never grow up in the same home. What do you mean? Well, how parents interact with one child versus another child, everything that's ever happened to that child, everything that's ever happened to the parents, where the parents were when their firstborn was given birth and where they were when their third child was given birth, they're completely different people. Everybody's experiencing a completely different journey, and the same thing's true here. All of you and everybody in your team is at a different level. So part of leadership is learning to understand yourself, right? What I learned to do is focus on my strengths and manage around my weaknesses. I needed to be foundationally competent at network marketing skills. These 6, I needed to be foundationally competent. There was some that were going to be more natural and some were going to be more forced. I was never going to be, for example, I'm not a disciplined person. On a cellular level, I am rebellious to structured authority. If somebody tells me I have to do something, I automatically don't want to do it. So, but if it's my idea, I have no problem. So I have to trick my mind and pretend that it's my idea to do things that I should be doing that are good for me. Even though I know it's good for me, I won't do it. You know what I mean? How many of you are rebellious like me? Anybody? Oh, you're my spirit animals, right? So here's what I will tell you. I learned that if that was the case, I needed to make sure whatever I was doing was my idea, number one. Number two, I respond very well to competition. So I'll create competition with other people. I need accountability. I need supervision. I need other people watching me. I need to tell people what I'm going to do in order to be able to do it, right? In order to push myself. But I also knew that not everybody was like me. I love competition. I love it. I love to win, and I love you losing, If we're going to play a game, I want to see you lose. It's just almost as fun as me winning. I love it so much. Any of you competitive? Yes? Now, how many of you are not competitive? Raise your hands. See, there's some people not competitive. That's not going to resonate with that person. I'll find that out really, really fast. That person needs a plan. That person is okay competing with themselves. That person's not going to be driven by the same drivers. So if I'm going to be a good leader, I can't be one size fits all. I got to be able to give the different people what they need in order to be able to do what? More than they were going to do. Why do I need to get them to do more? Why? Go back to the first session of yesterday. Why? I need to buy time. I need to get them to stay around a little longer. Why do I need to get them to stay around a little longer? Because I need them to make a decision. And once they've made a decision, now I can pull all the levers in order to help them unlock their potential if they want me to. So, let me give you 5 attributes of a leader. Those of you in my mastermind, some of this will be recap, but for everybody else, I'm going to give you my 5 attributes. You can come up with your own. This is attributes for network marketing leader, in my opinion. Number 1, great network marketing leaders are independent. And what I mean by independent, not lone wolf, I mean they're not needy. They have a baseline of competency. They've mastered these things. They know what to do. If you drop them into a new city without any contacts, without any relationships, they could quickly build an organization. They know what they're doing. They don't need somebody to hold their hands. They got it. Number 2, they're good at problem solving. They solve problems quickly, effectively. They don't focus on problems. They don't attract problems. They solve them quickly. Number 3, they're consistent. They've got a baseline of consistency that they don't fall below. And for greatness, you okay if I tell you the truth? Real candid? Sandra, how many days off do you take in a year? Complete, unplugged, total days off. 0. Some of you are like, I don't want that life. Well, I mean, there's a reward for it as well. Listen to the podcast with the CEO of NVIDIA and Joe Rogan that I told you about yesterday. Listen to it. This guy is one of the most wealthy people in the world. He'll be a trillionaire for sure. He works 7 days a week. His children who work for the company work 7 days a week. He's working all the time. Family's around, but he's working because he's obsessed with his contribution to the world. Now, what I've learned is great, outstanding, breakthrough, life-changing people never take a day off completely. They might look like it, but they're still thinking, they're dreaming, they're planning, they're making a note on their phone, something to do tomorrow. And you just got to decide, are you willing, do you really need to fit into everybody's mold of how you should run a life? Or are you prepared to do what you want to do? Now, I'm not saying you have to work 14 hours a day, 7 days a week, but if you want to build an empire, you should consider what is your current work ethic and what could change. Let me ask you a question. If your life was a movie, your life was a movie, what would the audience be screaming at the screen for you to do? That unless you do this, you're always going to be stuck. Would it be obvious? If the audience was watching your life as a reality show, would it be obvious why you are at the level that you're at and not at a higher level? What things get you knocked off track? What things cause you to play smaller? What things get you, because here's all it takes. Here's all it takes. You're going, you're focused, you're building. Click, one tiny little thing's happened. You lose 6 months. Like that. 6 months, gone. What happened? We don't know. We come back in this room. Oh, wait. Back on track. And then boom, 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 click. 3 months, gone. One little drama, we lose a month. One little argument, we lose 3 weeks. One customer says one thing, we lose 3 days. Just like this. So leaders need to learn how to not only be independent problem solvers, consistent. They're just a different group of people. They have a big vision and the ability to communicate that vision. They can paint a picture in people's minds. They can cause people to see a bigger vision than they will be able to see by themselves. They say, I have a dream in their own way. They paint this picture and get people to believe. Have you ever heard somebody, a leader, and they talked and they laid out what the next 3 years was going to look like and you believed it? You went, you know what? Maybe. And what if you were part of that vision? What if that vision was, I need you? I'm going to tell you something this afternoon, but I'm going to plant the seed now. My biggest wish is to impact the world and help network marketing go to its proper place. 200 billion is not it. It is just a tiny, tiny business at 200 billion. Can we go to 2 trillion and take our place in the world? Can we rebuild the respect in the world? Can we have it be a recognized profession in the world? Yes, we can. But I need your help. I can only reach a certain number of people, and I can't reach them one-on-one. You can. You can reach them in your groups and impact them in your groups in a way that I can't. We can together, if we work together, you go out there as an ambassador, I'm here as an ambassador, you're there as an ambassador, be a partner in order to be able to educate the world one by one, group by group, city by city, town by town, family by family. That's what I want to see. I want to see more people equipped to be able to do this right than just crossing their fingers hoping for the best. And that's what we've been doing for ever since I've been involved. People crossing their fingers, hoping for the best, and hoping that network marketing is going to make up for them, or waiting for some other leader to show up and do what they could be doing. Big vision. And again, people who create action that wouldn't have happened without them. So I want you to think in 3 categories. One is leading yourself. How tough are you on you? If there was 2 versions of you, one version was the boss and the other version was the employee. Are you a tough boss or an easy boss? If you don't feel like working today, do you take the day off? Most of you probably do. So I'm going to ask you to lead yourself. What I mean by that is demand excellence of yourself. Demand mastery. Demand that you create better retention within your group. Demand better sales. Demand better recruiting. Demand better duplication. Demand more presenters in your organization. Go back to the slide of the 5 skills. Let me show, I'm going to give you an example. The 5 skills of a network marketer. You back up to that? Thank you. I want you to think about these 5. Independent problem solver, consistent, big vision, creates action. How many of you can firmly commit that you are solid on all 5? Raise your hands. Okay? That means 95% of this room needs to develop these. Are any of these hard to develop? Impossible? Difficult? I mean, if they were a college course, could you fill a college course with any one of these? It'd be kind of hard, right? It's just a decision. Yes? Now, how many people on your team have all 5 of these? How many on your team have all 5? Think about it. Write the number under your notes somewhere. How many do you have on your team that have all 5? We just agreed that these weren't that difficult. They weren't that hard. How many? 0? What do you have? Somebody give me a number. 0? Is 0 a good number? No. Okay. Now again, thank you for saying it. Awareness is what's going to take you to the moment of decision, because guess what? In order to have more than 0, you have to become more than 0. Who else? 7. How many do you have? 2. 5. Sorry? 8. 10. 10. Who else? 2. 2. 2. 2. Thank you for sharing. Love you. Who else? Anybody have more than 10? Who has more than 10? Sandro, how many do you have? 200. That's how you get to the check. What I've noticed about on average, how many $500,000 earners and above do we have in the room? Raise your hands if you're $500,000 earner and above. Okay? All the $500,000 earners, give me your number. How many? 6 or 7? 7? 15? Yes, sir? How many? Huh? Yes, but how many people do you have at these 5 skills on your team? I don't know what that means. 13? 30? 30, all right. You guys? 50? About 25. And that's 2 million and a million, right? Basically. Who else? Anybody else? Yes? 15? Back there? Shout it out. 10? 10 independent lines, okay? Yes, sir? 20? So here's what I want you to realize. It's not an army. If you just saw how many it takes in order to be able to build a team. If you were the head of NVIDIA and this was your only job was to develop people with these 5 skill sets, how many could you develop? If this is the only way you got paid, to develop these 5 skill sets. I mean, you could develop a lot. If you're Jeff Bezos and that was your only mission, was to drive these 5 things, how many could you develop? You got to know it, number one. Number two, you got to identify people that are willing to step in, starting with you, if your skill set's not where it needs to be. You've got to learn this. Then you've got to teach this. Mentor people. Get mentored yourself and mentor other people. And then you have to teach people to teach it. Okay? Then you get thickness of leadership. Then you get real stability. Then you get real growth. So what I want for you so much is to get beyond an income in network marketing and into a business in network marketing. And leadership is the ticket. You can't get it by being the only leader and everybody else is following. You just can't get there. You have a really nice income, but you're not going to have a business that lasts. So lead yourself. Leading your team. How do we know if you're leading yourself? Show me your results. Show me your results. Show me what's happening with sales, what's happening with recruiting, what's happening with systems, what's happening. How many people do you have going to the company convention? How many people do you have plugging into the programs? How many are using the products? How many are innovating? How many are doing presentations? Just the presentation mastery alone. How many presentations, formal A to Z presentations, do you think are happening on your team in this calendar day? Today, on your team, if you measured them all. 0? If it's a 0, well, we know what a 0 is going to turn into. You have 3 presentations. 3. But here's the thing. We want to get to scale, right? In order to get, if you need to get to 300 presentations, what do you need? 300 people that are skilled at presenting. You need to teach people how to present, which means you need to learn it. You need to teach it. You need to work with them. Then you need to encourage them to do it, and they'll do it if they have more confidence. If they have more confidence from learning it, they'll take more action. What if there was 1,000 presentations happening on your team every day around the world? Not hard to do. I'm just talking about a presentation. Could be over coffee. I know you're talking about formal, but whether it's over coffee, in-house, over lunch, over breakfast, over Zoom, people need to learn how to be able to do this, right? So we're going to judge based upon results. 2, leading your team. I'm going to know if you're successful at leading your team if you can get people to take action. If you can get them to do consistent action. You lead in a number of different ways. It's not just telling people what to do. In our business, a lot of people think leadership is barking orders. Now go sell. Now go recruit. Now go get everybody registered for the event. That's a part of leadership, but let me tell you what real leadership is. Let me mentor you so you can do this without me. Let me empower you. Let me equip you. Let me train you. Let me get you into action. Let me do it with you. Let me guide you through the process from dependence to independence so you can take action without me. So 1, can you get yourself to take action that you normally wouldn't take? 2, can you get other people to take action and equip them? And 3, as they become leaders, can you stay in good relationship and have an interdependence relationship with them where you work together instead of separately? At least in cooperation, not necessarily, doing everything together once they're independent, but at least in cooperation so the team stays focused and consistent. Leading yourself, leading your team, leading leaders. There's 4 leadership languages I want to cover briefly because we talked about this earlier. Something in your presentation to put through. This is a way for you to be able to get people to do more, to learn, to teach, to teach, to teach. 1 is identify who in your organization is worth working with. So, and it's really a simple formula. If they're willing, coachable, and hungry, they're worth working with. And every once in a while, you just need to ask. Are you willing, coachable, and hungry? If you are, I want to work with you personally. And it's going to feel, for some of you that have been clicking buttons and using social and technology and all this stuff, it's going to feel like you're slowing down. Like, I got to go meet with this person on my team to, can't we just do a Zoom? Yeah, you can. It's not going to be the same. If you can get together with them face-to-face, get together with them. Because I got to look somebody in the eye and say, are you willing, coachable, and hungry? That's all I need. Yes, I am. All right, here's how I'm going to know. I'm going to start giving you assignments. Here's an assignment. Designed to help you go from dependent to independent. Designed to empower you to know the skills. It's designed so you become competent at what it is that we do. And if you follow through on that assignment, then I'm going to know that you're willing, coachable, and hungry. And if you don't do the first assignment, it's too hard, I'll make it easier and easier and easier and easier until I finally find an assignment you'll accept. And then we'll start there. Okay? I'm not saying you have to be fearless the day you start. You just have to move, do something, take a step. I learned that in leadership, if you can get people into motion, they tend to stay in motion. But if they're stuck, most of your organizations are filled with people who are stuck. And you have to help them get unstuck, sometimes with a tiny little assignment. Help them get unstuck, right? So you're going to use assignments, you're going to use challenges. If somebody says they're going to bring 5 people to the next meeting, challenge them to bring 10. If they're going to bring 3 people to the convention, challenge them to bring 5. if they're going to get to that next position in your compensation structure by January 1st, say, let's get it done before Christmas. Faster, more. Give them challenges. This is the way I give assignments, one, trainings, assignments, etc., information with an outcome. And I tell people to get back to me when they do it, and it's a tool to find out if people are worth working with. And if they are, then I pour into those people because you don't need that many in order to be able to totally change your life. On average, about 20 people with the 5 skill sets will be about $1 million a year income on average. 20. They exist probably in your team right now. They just need to be developed. So you got to develop yourself to be able to equip them. Assignments, challenges, stories, telling them stories, examples of what they could do, warnings of what will happen if they do bad things. Tell them stories. And fourth, vision, sharing your vision with them. These are the leadership languages. Pretty much, if my lips are moving, I'm either training, assigning, challenging, telling stories, or casting a vision. Really. I mean, and think about, go deconstruct the communication of any strong leader. Go deconstruct it. And that's all you'll see, is those things. Instead of just giving data, facts, information. But the real trick here, sometimes we're really quick to dismiss people on our team because we give them an assignment, then they don't do it. I used to. I'm just going to suggest to you, sometimes they'll say they want to do something, then they'll get scared when they're by themselves. So you got to reduce these assignments down and make them so simple that they can actually do it. And when they do it, congratulate them and then give them the next one. And then the next and the next and the next. That's what mentorship looks like. Have you ever been mentored or coached? How many of you have been mentored or coached by somebody? Right? If you have, you know what that feeling was like. It's not a moment. It's 1,000 little 1% things. If I'm coaching somebody, I'm going to listen. Let me tell you what I do when I coach somebody. Okay, you know, I walk through this in detail in all of this. But if I'm coaching you, what's your name? Jessica. Hi, Jessica. So if I'm coaching Jessica, I would say, Jessica, first thing I need to know, you want to build this, right? She said, yeah. I just need to know if you're willing, coachable, hungry. Are you? Yeah, fantastic. Here's where I'd like to start. Because I'm committed. If you're committed, I'm committed. Here's where I'd like to start. I need to know everything. Can you tell me everything? I want you to go back as far back as you're willing to go. I want to hear all your hopes, all your dreams. I want to hear the times you were disappointed. I want to know the times you were betrayed. I want to know the times that you fell on your face or were embarrassed. I want to know things that worked in the past and didn't. What are you insecure about? What are you confident about? What drives you? What turns you off? You know, what's going to inspire you? What makes you mad? Does getting mad help you achieve more, or does it not? Is it more encouragement that you need in order to be able to go where you need to go? Are you okay with tough love? Right? Tell me about the times when you had your heart smashed. What happened? Right? So in a very safe space, I want you to, if you're willing to, I want you to share with me stuff that maybe you haven't shared with your friends. Okay? Not the second. But right? But here's and this conversation gives me everything I need to know in order to be able to help her. Because when I see her locking up, when I see her freezing, when I see her stuck, I'm saying, where are you? Where are you going? What's happening? Is that old belief system kicking in? That person that said you were going to be nothing? That person that, you know, whatever, treated you poorly? Is that kicking in? Are you buying into that story? Because it's not true. and let's get out the other side of it. Let's come up with a plan. Because most of the time we try one size fits all to our team, and we're not able to diagnose when they get stuck because we don't know. Because if she tells me that she's willing, coachable, and hungry, sit down. I'm all ears. Tell me everything. Okay, here it is. Well, tell me more about that. Tell me more about that. What were your parents like? What was your upbringing like? Were they people entrepreneurial? What happened? Previous relationships? What's going on in your personal life right now? Do you have kids? Yeah? You got kids? How big of a driver are they in your life and in your business? What does a future, perfect future look like? It looks like, this. So I'm fine. So what are you prepared to do in order to be able to get to that place? Because there's going to be a sacrifice. Can we involve the kids? Can we tell them your plan? I don't care how young they are. Can we tell them their plan and have them be part of it in order to be able to figure out how we're going to map this out and do it together as a family? Okay. And all of these things, I'm going to figure out everything I need to know. Now, after I sit down for a half an hour or an hour, is that worth an hour of somebody who says they're willing, coachable, and hungry? Yes or no? Yes. Can I now, with a little bit of context and wisdom, give her an assignment a little bit more effectively that will help her go to another place? 100%. Versus say, okay, I want you to get to core rank. I don't know what's going on in her life. I want you to start 100 conversations. She might not be ready for the first 5 conversations. We might need to do that while I'm in the room in order to be able to get it going. I don't know. But I need to know all this stuff. So I try and get as much information. Once somebody says, I'm willing, coachable, and hungry, try and get the information as much as you can in a safe place. It doesn't have to be weird, just as real as they're ready to be at that moment. And if that's as far as somebody's willing to go, file it away. Later, when you build more relationship, ask about it again so you get more information. Because from that, can I use that to create a better roadmap from her? Does she feel like she has a safe place? Does me having that conversation with her, does that buy me more time with her? Yes, now I'm a friend. She's going to stay for another 90 days because at least she's got almost like a little mini life coach to be able to guide through a process. Okay, cool. Even if my life's a mess, there's maybe something I figured out, right? So you don't have to have it all figured out to do this. Every one of you can, but you need to ask. And we are a little clinical with our stuff, and we walk away from people a little fast. So I'm asking you to step in a little bit closer, and you're much better coaches and counselors than you think. Every one of you. But we feel like we're slowing down when we do this. So if you feel like you'd get value from me doing this with you, one-on-one, or with a coach, I'm going to tell you everybody in your team will get value if you do it. I can teach you how to be able to walk through this. That was just 5 minutes to walk you through this, but we'll talk more about that later, okay? But do you have some good ideas on decision to step into leadership, lead yourself, lead your team, lead others? Yes, good. He's been through the training. So here's what I would tell you. It's worth going one by one with people who say they're willing, coachable, and hungry between now and the first of the year. Map out a game plan for 2026 with each and every one of them. Lock arms with them because you don't need too many in order to totally change your life. If you have 0 that have these 5 skills, I'm going to be sitting down with her and I'm going to be mapping out. Here's how I want you to help you get independent, right? I want you to learn how to solve problems. I want to teach you how to be consistent. We're going to talk about your vision, how to communicate it, and I'm going to teach you how to create more action within your team. And that's the goal. We're going to get there. We're going to make money in the meantime, but I want you to have all the tools at the end, and then I want to teach you how to teach your people how to do the same thing. Pass the gift on. Okay? Good? All right. So we should do that, you and me. All right. We'll make it happen. All right, okay. Now, we've got a panel. But before we have a panel, I want to do one thing. Everybody at home, everybody here, while they're setting up the chairs, everybody stand up. Stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. Big stretch. Big stretch. Okay, and if you can, everybody do at least 10 jumping jacks, even little mini ones. Ready, set, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Come on, keep jumping. That feel good? Look at people at home. They're moving. What's up, Cheryl? Hey, Helen. Look at Paul. Come on, Paul. You can stand up. Stand up. Get off your bum. There we go. Got it. Okay. So, John, do me a favor. I don't have all the names here on the card. So throw up the names and let's bring out our panel, our leadership panel. Come on out, everybody.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome to the stage Michael Stütler, Jiri Sedek, Matthew Fernandez, and Pierre Mas.
What's up, what's up, what's up? Come on in, have a seat. I'll go here. Okay. We moved it around. Normally, it wouldn't just be a guy panel, but there's some people that couldn't go tomorrow, that had to go tomorrow instead of today, and some different types of things. So it ended up being all guys, not for any particular reason. Because, what percentage of women are there in the room? It's like probably 75%, 80%. Probably, and look at the screens around the world. So this is not reflective of leadership around the world. It's just kind of how our panel fell. But let's start over here on this side and introduce yourself to everybody. Tell everybody who you are and 30 seconds of your story.
Hello. So I'm Pierre from Paris, France.
All right. Hi, Pierre.
French energy, you know.
Yes.
I have joined network marketing 11 years ago, you know. And I also went to my first Gopro 11 years ago. So it was my first event, major event, I mean. And you know, it's funny because when I started, my upline told me that I need to go to the Gopro, you know. And, you know, it's expensive to go from Paris to Las Vegas. And I was like, okay, why do I need to go to the Gopro? And say, I cannot explain it to you. You need to live it, you know. So for those who are, you know, at home, you need to live it here. It's a completely different energy.
Love it. All right, introduce yourself.
All right, guys. So first of all, grateful to be here. My name is Matthew Fernandez. I'm here from Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Super grateful to be here with you guys all today. I still remember when I first joined this industry, reading your book was the first book I ever got recommended. So it's a surreal moment to be here speaking on this stage. For me, growing up, I was an athlete. So I played sports at a very high level. And when I joined this industry, I was in my last year of university, just trying to figure out what I wanted to do in life. Fast forward 7.5 years later, this industry has changed my life in so many ways, from the connections, the relationships, the people I built. It's been a surreal experience, and I'm just so grateful for it all.
Got it. Give him a round of applause.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jiri Sedek. I'm living in Czech Republic. My focus market is Eastern Europe. I'm in the industry for 11 years. And after 8 years, I nearly left the industry and I came back because of GoPro 2022.
Really?
Yes.
Cool.
So I want to say a big thank you for all effort you do for world of network marketing, because 3 years ago, I started from scratch. I was on the screen. I lost my hope, and I said, let's do it again. So thank you, Eric.
You're very, very welcome. You're welcome. All right.
Hey guys, I'm Michael. I grew up in
Michael.
I grew up in a 2,500 people village in Austria, and 5 years ago I still worked as a teacher. Then I started this wonderful profession, and it took me 6 months to come to a level where I earned my first 100 euros. It was super frustrating, but then the rocket took off. Now 5 years later, we have a monthly subscription base of 55,000 people, and in November it was very close to hit my very first $100,000 check. So super excited to be here.
Well done, well done. So we're going to approach this panel a little bit different. You guys didn't know what was coming, and everybody's like, "Where's the women? Where's the women?" I understand. We had like 2 women that were supposed to be on here that we had to put on tomorrow. So anyway, they're going to be on tomorrow. We got everybody. Promise. Let's start with you, Pierre. And here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to have each guy get up and share 3-4 minutes your best tips and strategies on leadership, how you lead your team, how you lead yourself, and how you lead leaders. Okay? So take it away.
Okay, let's go for it. So leadership starts with you, you know. So for me, leadership is one and only question: who I spend my time with. There is 4 circles, and we all evolve into. The first one is family. The second one is friends. The third one is work, and finally yourself. So for the first one, family, I am fortunate. I have an amazing partner. She's in Paris, standing right now, watching us. She pushes me, she challenges me, and you know, we all need someone in our life who won't let us play small. About friendship, when I started network marketing 11 years ago, I cut with a lot of friends. I was like, okay, what are the conversations I have with my friend? And I ask yourself, what are the conversations you have with your friends? It is alcohol, girls, or it is business, growth, investments. So that's why I cut with a lot of them, because I want to grow, you know. And your conversations shapes your life. Third one, it's about work. I went to the Gopro 2 years ago. We were 3 people. Last year, we were 17. And today, we are 36, coming from Paris here. And also about work, I don't know if you remember, Eric, but 2 years ago, during your party, I asked you to sign my book. And you wrote 3 letters, NLM, Next Level Mastermind. It took me about, 2 years to join. I was hesitating. And when I decided to join, it was a really game changer. You know, spending time with you, Eric, spending time with Marco, Sandro, it's not just inspiring, it's really a life-changing. You need to surround yourself with the very best. It's really important. The first one is about yourself. You know, you need to grow. And about growth, when I started network marketing, I was like, I need to be very impactful on stage. So I'm going to work for it. So I took public speaking lesson during 2 years, and I pushed so hard, I even been a finalist of an eloquence contest in France.
Nice.
And then I decided to take English classes because I was like, I want in 5 years to be able to be on the GoPro stage and talk in English. I did it too, so thank you. But I worked every week, during 2 hours per week, no vacation, no rest, to learn and to be able to be impactful on stage. So this is my last advice. You need to work hard on yourself because leadership isn't just luck. Leadership is training. Thank you.
Awesome. Matthew, 3 minutes.
All right, so for me, leadership is really everything. Growing up for myself, I grew up as an athlete, and in the athlete space, you gotta have a captain of the team. You gotta have a great coach. You gotta have the right people in the right place to lead a team. You could have all the talent in the world, but if you don't have the right leaders to lead it, it never works out. So for me, especially in this industry, I was in a place where I did well, very well at the beginning. And for about 4.5 years, I was in a place where I was stuck. And the reason I was stuck is because I didn't have the right mentorship. I didn't have the right leadership. I didn't have the right people around me because I was trying to do everything myself. And as soon as I seek mentorship from the Next Level Mastermind with Eric, along with other uplines and leaders within my companies, it's been surreal. It's been a game changer for myself. I've been able to grow my income 3 times what I was before. I've been able to see so much more success that I ever imagined because of that one thing, because I started being able to be led by people that have the results that I want. And with my team, I kind of do the same thing now, because for the longest time, I would just be telling my team what to do, right? Do this, do that. And I was wondering why they wouldn't take action on what I would say. Because I'll be telling them, yo, go do this. This is what I did to get to my level, but they would never take action. And what I realized was people follow your feet, right? Not your words, meaning they follow what you do. So as soon as I started getting in the trenches more, as soon as I started putting in the work more, as soon as I started leading from the front, that's what changed the game for me when it comes to leading my team. So if you're someone who wants to improve your leadership or just get better, it starts with you, right? The way you behave, the way you act, the things you're willing to do for your team, that's what duplicates and creates real leadership. Thank you.
Awesome, Matthew. Thank you. Before you go up, hold on one second. You're hearing people talk about Next Level Mastermind. You might want to wonder what that is. That is for people earning $250,000 or more in network marketing income. They have the opportunity to apply to be part of a mastermind group where we get together 3 times a year and then on a monthly basis as well. So if you're a $250,000 a year earner or above, you can talk to somebody from our team. They'll give you more information. And we've got that $1 million breakfast meeting tomorrow morning where we'll talk about it a bit as well. So if you're just wondering, I just know we haven't talked about it at all. I wanted you to know what that was. But go ahead, Jerry.
Hi, everyone, again. My topic is leadership. And to be completely honest, I haven't slept an hour during the night, and I was thinking, okay, if I can give you one idea, one tool that you can use that will expand your leadership, what it should be. Let's say after those 10 years in the industry, I thought leadership is little like buzzword for me. Like, what is that? I saw it like a future or mystery tactic that you can use and it will scale your business. Look, each of us sustain many storms, and I think leadership is 2 things. And 2 of them I would like you bring them to your home. First of it is humanity. I will speak according to Marco and Eric. In my past, I thought that be a leader means that I have loaded gun of arguments and techniques and always know what to do. I was completely blind. Be human. What it means. Every month, when I finish my month, I go through my most active people, and not only active ones, I mean those who do something extra for the team. People who, if I remove from my organization, we have missing piece. With full respect, some people in our teams are not leaders, they are just producers. If you remove them, okay, you can give another piece, more production, but nothing is missing. But there are some key people. I had my biggest lesson about leadership in Scandinavia, about humanity, because you have to work across the language groups, culture differences. So I choose three people maximum, and for 19 days I spent much time as possible with them. Not techniques, not special mystery strategies. I talk about their life, family, their mission in life. And I took them for a short mission for 3 months, and I'm trying to upgrade them. My last mission was with my leader from Czech Republic, and we 3 months work in her presentation skills, which she immediately leveled up in 3 months, and now she's way stronger. And second stuff is a little bit feature for your body. It's thermostat. What does it mean? It's tool which in your house controls temperature. If it goes too low, it switch on. As a leader, you need to have very big ability to sustain all storms, because leadership is not what you have when you are at top, but what helps you get back on the foot when some stuff happens. And most of you with high ranks know bigger rank, bigger problems, bigger storms. So develop something like, oh, something bad is happening right now, and say, good, thank you. Because all those stuff happens for you. All those obstacles, struggles, problems makes you stronger. And so when you see it coming, say, wow, come to me, I will be better. So this is my message for you, thermostat, and be more human. Thank you.
Well done, well done. Michael.
Leadership, difficult topic, but for me, leadership is influence. And like we heard today, first you need to influence yourself. And if you start in this profession, network marketing, you get a lot of people who want to try to speak you out of this. And the same was for me. It was super tough at the beginning. I put in the hours, I worked my job, and everybody laughed at me. And after 6 months, I hit the mark of 100 euros. And it was super, super hard and depressing for me, because my girlfriend was paying big part of the rent while I was doing this network marketing thing. I felt so embarrassed when I took a look in the mirror. I really felt disgusted. And from that moment on, 6 months later, I was a 5-figure earner. Because I changed one thing. I thought about, okay, how could I implement leadership? How can I influence myself and others by bringing in accountability? And accountability for us was super important, and we implemented it in 3 magical habits we duplicated in a team. The first habit was, hey, we really count and track the number of IPAs, so income producing activities. We count the number and we say everybody who does it part-time, 3 to 5, income producing activities a week, and everybody who does it full-time, 15 or more. And you start to track this number, you start to speak about this number, and you start to increase this number. That was the first thing. The second thing we brought accountability in was really reading the books. Everybody who starts reads Gopro, and we do book clubs together. And the leaders, the potential leaders, go through, all right, chapter 1, we do this, that, and that, and we really speak about the books. We think about what can we implement in the conversations, and so on. The third thing we implemented accountability was everybody who starts in our team, we tell them, hey, you have to start with the 12 months mindset. What does it mean? It doesn't matter where we are in 2 months, in 6 months, in 8 months. We sit together after 12 months, and then we check if it was worth your time. And during these 12 months, at least you have 1 call a week with a person who already did what you want to do, already has what you want to have. So 1 call a week with a person who is ahead of you. And if you implement these 3 things in accountability, that changed everything for us. And to finish, I will never forget this moment after 6 months when I came back home to my little hometown village and earning this 100 euros. I sent videos to everybody, and everybody said, no, network marketing, it will not work. And I came back to my little hometown riding my bicycle, and I could see the people. So, here's Michael, and screaming, Michael, are you a millionaire yet? Michael, are you rich now? Michael, is your girlfriend still paying the rent? Michael, are you too lazy to work? And these words hit me in the face. But these moments were so important because I decided, hey, if I give up now, they are right again. If I quit now, those fools are right again. I cannot accept it. And so can you. Because if you want it to 100%, I don't know anybody who gives 100% and didn't get it. So make the decision, go for it. Thank you very much.
Well done, well done, well done. Hold on. So, ladies and gentlemen, listen. Talked about presentation this morning, talked about leadership this morning. All of this is around decision, yes? Every part of this is around decision. This whole weekend's around decision. Getting you there, helping you get your team there, getting involvement to be longer term involvement, to make a decision, to develop the skills, and eventually turn people into leaders. You heard, even in their stories, I was here. How many did you hear? I was here, and then this happened. And I changed. I was here, I was earning 100 euros, and I said no. I was here, I got this resistance, and then I decided to do something different. Everybody in this room has that story on some level. Everybody watching at home has that story on some level. There's another level in order to be able to, a bigger decision, the decision. There's little decisions, and then there's the decision. When that one happens, everything takes off. So here's what I'm going to tell you. We're going to bring Marina out to close out this morning session and take everybody to lunch. But I want to encourage you, be in your seat, especially people at home. Be in your seat by the time that lunch timer counts down, because in the next session, we're going to be talking about recruiting. We're going to be talking about the big decision. We're going to have Daniel G. and we're going to have Russell Brunson. All of that's happening in the session after lunch. So make sure that you're there. Marina, come on out. And gentlemen, thank you very much for your contribution. I appreciate it. Well done. Well done.
Good job, good job. All right, how many of you have Mike?
Check.
All right, so how many of you have 5 pages of notes? Let me see. How many of you have 10 pages of notes? Keep your hands up. Keep your hands up. 20? How many have 20 pages of notes? And we are just halfway through our event. Can you guys believe that? This is crazy. That's why, that's why Eric and I are so passionate about giving you as much knowledge as possible, but not just information. Something that you guys can take and put it into action. So I know we're going to break in for lunch right now, but during the lunch break, I would like you guys to think about, what are the ideas, what are the ahas that you just heard in the first day and a half? And what are the things that you're going to implement? Because it can get overwhelming very, very quickly. Because we're trying to give you as much as possible in a very short period of time. But we cannot teach you almost 40 years of Eric experience in just short 3 days. All these leaders who went on stage, they all combined probably have hundreds of years together, right? So it's not possible. So first of all, start making little stars, little dots, little notes next to your entire workbook so you can figure out the best strategies later. And make sure you come back after lunch, because I know it might sound like, okay, I'm going to be done for the night, especially those of you outside of the United States in different time zones. But trust me, you would not want to miss the next session. Like Eric mentioned, we're going to talk about the recruiting. Recruiting is a blood flow of our business. If you do not bring people into your business, Eric is also calling it a gateway skill. If you do not know how to open that gate and bring all these people into your business, you don't know how to have a business. You're not going to have a business. It's just simple as that. So recruiting is a huge part of it. Eric going to teach that. And guess what? Daniel G. How many of you liked Daniel G yesterday? We had some AI issues because we're translating with the AI. And the feedback I heard, everybody who speaks on stage but Daniel G was good. But he was so fast. But guess what? He's so passionate. I was like, how do you slow down Italian? You cannot slow down Italian, right? So those of you who are going to be listening him on translation, apologies ahead of time, because more likely you will understand just small parts of it, because I cannot guarantee I will slow down Daniel G. But he will give you so much valuable information. And of course, Russell Brunson is going to hit the stage after lunch. So make sure, because he is going to blow your minds. He's going to teach you how to sell one-to-many. That's the crucial piece that what we do inside of our profession. So those of you in the audience, go grab your lunch, enjoy the little break, and we will see you at 2 p.m. sharp.
Woo! It's go, 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 go time. Tick, tick, boom. Who bringing the noise? Go, baby, we bringing our toys. Separate men from the boys. Chopper be singing, she'll be on the voice. Bang, bang, we gon' ride out. Gang, gang, we don't die out. Want it like this, ain't no timeouts. Tell me who really gon' find out.
We be disturbing the peace. Working, we serving the streets. About to go 8 going beast. Bang, bang, leave you sleep.
Tick, tick, boom. Hard body, body, and not scaring nobody. You make me resort to wildin'. You must be blind by the diamonds hiding. Want it to be this way, but y'all won't need to try this. So it's no way around it. You the loudest ones.
Been there, done that, messed around. I'm having fun. Don't put me down. I'll never let you sweep me off my feet. I won't let you in again. The messages I've tried to send, my information's just not going in. Burning bridges shore to shore. I break away from something more. I'm not turned out to love until it's cheap. Been there, done that, messed around. I'm having fun. Don't put me down. I'll never let you sweep me off my feet. This time, baby, I'll be This time, baby, I'll
We've lost dancing. All these things that we took for granted. We've lost dancing. We've lost dancing. This year we've had to lose our space. We've lost dancing. We've lost the hugs with friends and people that we loved. All these things that we took for granted.
There's two instructions I need you to follow. When I say red light, I need you to stop. When I say green light, I need you to go.
Red light. Green light.
Now when the strobe light hits, I want you to move like this. Now when the strobe light hits, I want you to move like this.
To let it go. I told you once, you won't go fooling me twice now, baby. I'm sorry, that's the way it is. I'll let you get to me once now, baby, but I'll never let you in again. I told you once, baby. I told you once, but I know. I told you once, baby. I told you once, but I know. I told you once, baby. I told you once.
Every touch your body feels like home. You write a symphony inside my soul. I don't want you to ever let me go. 'Cause you make me feel, you make me feel like gold. Like gold. Like gold.
I know I'm just what you need, come on. But you don't have to say it now. You see it by the way you move. You move for me. Trying not to show what's deep inside. Burning on myself, I feel the fire. Don't you get too close, you'll be surprised. Before it all blows, you'll be struck by some high. Coming like a heat wave. No way of escaping now. Got you way too deep, babe. Yeah. Caught up in the heat wave. Never felt that feeling. Coming to mind. Way. Burning up your feelings. You know how I'm feeling. In the fire. You way.
When I return, jacuzzi turned on. Can you feel me? Yeah. Whenever the coast was clear, she'd ask me to come out. I'd say, hey girl, come on right around. So she knocked at the door. I was standing with the keys in my hand to the 4x4. Checking my ride, checking that nobody saw. We got down, bounce still live with him, so it was early morning. Thought we better be leaving, so I gave you my jacket for you to hold. Told you to wear it 'cause you felt cold.
Let it go. I'll be there when you call. And whenever I fall at your feet, you let your tears rain down on me. Whenever I touch your slow turning pain, whenever I fall, whenever I fall, whenever I fall, whenever I fall, you're hiding from me now. There's something in the way that you're talking. Words don't sound right, but I hear them all moving inside you.
Love is all you need if you want it, then it's infinite. Robbing from the rich, save the people that are innocent. And I talk about us, yeah, I talk about us sometimes. Brought me back together every time I look into your eyes. Can't do without you. We will never walk alone. Can't do without you. We will never walk you. I know this much is true. I'm so in love with you. I know this much is true. I can't get over you. I know this much is true. I'm so in love with you. I know this much is true. I can't get over you. I know this much is true. I can't get over you. I know this much is true. I'm so in love with you. I know this much is true. I can't get over you. I know this much is true. I'm so in love with you. I know this much is true. I can't and change the atmosphere. All I ask from you is patience, some patience, some patience. Just let me know, can you be the one to hold and not let me go? I need to know, could you be the one to go when I lose control? When I lose control, 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 could you be the one to go when I lose control? Super picky. Who gon' please this pretty kitty? Got baddies with me, tan and tipsy. Pass the concealer, gotta hide the hickey. Ooh, DJ run it back. Tryna go up where balloon girl at. Double cup love in the club, pitch black. Bubblegum butt coming through this ass. It's over, now you wanna come back. So take your hand off my shoulder. This time it's not like that, 'cause I know where your heart's at. I know you like to be alone, but hey, being lonely when you see me doing well, that's when you call me. Yeah, I'm doing fine, don't need you in my life. I guess you're missing me now. Just because you're lonely doesn't mean we go back to the start. Just because you're lonely don't mean that you can play with my heart. Who do you think you are? Just because you're lonely doesn't mean we go back to the start. Just because you're lonely don't mean that you can play with my heart. Who do you think you are? We can remember swimming in December, heading for the city lights. 975, we sharing each other nearer than farther. The scent of the lemon drips from your eyes. We are the people that rule the world, for turning in every boy and girl. just a supercut. 'Cause in my head, I do everything right. When you call, I forgive and I fight. Because I let the moments I play in the dark. We were wild and fluorescent. Come home to my heart.